Good morning. Today is Monday, June 1st. This hearing of the local Alcoholic Beverage Board of Marion County is now in session. My name is Tyler Graves, and I serve as the president of the board. Today we will hear cases in Speedway, Beech Grove, Lawrence, and then the rest of Marion County, Indianapolis. Representing the town of Speedway is Mr. Robert Staten. Representing the city of Beech Grove is Miss Angie Johnson. Representing the city of Lawrence is Mr. Jim Hennigan. Representing the city, appointed by the Indianapolis City County Council is Miss Ebony Chappelle. And serving as our secretary of this board is Excise Officer Amy Sunier. This meeting is being broadcast live on Channel 16. It will be rebroadcast several times in the coming weeks. You are on television, and the board requests that you act accordingly. At this time, please silence your cell phone so you do not interrupt the hearing. If you do need to have a conversation, step out into the hallway, and please be respectful of the meeting in progress. Here's the order in which we will conduct business this morning. We will first ask individuals who have come to remonstrate to stand and come forward to the microphones hanging from the ceiling. Give us the name and address of the business you're here to remonstrate against. We will then hear cases on today's docket pertaining to the town of Speedway, city of Beech Grove, and the city of Lawrence. Next, we will call all applicants for new or transfer applications on today's docket. We will then call renewals on today's docket which have violations or remonstrators. After we finish today's published docket, we will consider cases that have been continued from a previous hearing. All of those coming before the board today, whether you're an applicant, representing the applicant, or are here to remonstrate, will testify under oath. Officer Sunier will now administer the oath.
If you're going to testify before this board this morning, please raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties for perjury that the answers that you've given on your application or any answers you might give to any questions asked by this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
If an applicant should have remonstrators, it has been the practice of this board to accept one request for continuance from both the applicant and the remonstrator. Should the board deem it appropriate, additional continuances may be granted. Are there any remonstrators in the hearing room? Yes, ma'am.
Detective Tiffany Harrison with IMPD remonstrating against Patron Saint, 250 South Meridian Street.
Thank you.
Any other remonstrators?
Really?
Okay.
Applicants appearing in Marion County are required to have 4 items before the board can hear your case. We will not hear your case if you do not have these 4 items, so listen carefully. The first, the affidavit of compliance of posting the permit advertising sign from the ATC for at least 10 days prior to this meeting hearing. The second, the affidavit of compliance or notice sent to the property owners and neighborhood organizations that you sent written notice to about today's hearing. Third, the zoning affidavit obtained from the Department of Metropolitan Development. And the fourth, the Marion County tax clearance form from the Indiana Department of Revenue. If you do not have all of these items, please let us know when you come forward. All right.
In addition to the required documents, if you are a new or transfer application, you are required to have a final inspection approved prior to your permit being made active. I will give you my contact information when we call you forward and hear your application. It is your responsibility to call me to schedule that appointment. I will not contact you.
All right, we're going to start with Speedway today.
Okay, this is a new permit calling RR 4943407, Tootsie's Chicken and Fish, location pending.
Anyone here for Tootsie's? Okay, I'll show continued.
Okay. RR 49398, I'm sorry, RR 4939987, Speedway Post 500, American Legion, 1926 Georgetown Road. This is a renewal without violation. Motion for approval.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
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 RR 4922269, Dawson's on Main, 1464 Main Street, renewal with violation.
Anyone here for Dawson's? All right, this will be their 3rd continuance. I'll show it continued to next month. We'll hear it next month.
Wow.
That's it. Thank you.
I'm surprised about that one.
I am.
Me too.
I will contact them this
Yeah,
month.
it doesn't match. All right, we'll go Beech Grove. Angie.
All right, calling RR 4940374, the Family Grove LLC, doing business as the Grove Sports Bar and Eatery, located at 3206 East Emerson Avenue. This is a renewal with no violation, so I make the motion to approve.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
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 Approved. And the next one is RR 494-019, Gavin L. Devish LLC, doing business as Greg's Pizzeria, located at 704 Main Street. This is also a renewal with no violations. I make the motion to approve.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Approved.
All right, Jim, we're heading to Lawrence.
All righty, we have the renewal violation. It's RR 4939885, La Aguana Mexican Restaurant LLC, operating as Laguana Sports Bar at 8995 Pendleton Pike.
This violation is still pending, so they will be continued to July.
All righty. Have another renewal violation is RR 4936592, 8501 Pendleton Pike, Club LLC, Harem House, operating at 8501 Pendleton Pike.
All right, let me pull this up.
Yeah, buddy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, where is it?
It's under 8501. There's two reports. If you don't have them, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, do you mind real quick? And then I'll catch up. All
Ebony, do you
yours.
have them?
Do you have the,
Harem House, yeah, it's in the ones that you guys just sent, right?
8501.
It's included in that, yep, got it.
yeah, I don't know. All right, all yours. All yours.
Thank you. If it please the board, Mark Webb, Indianapolis, on behalf of 8501 Penelope Club LLC. This is an adult entertainment establishment located in Lawrence. And it has operated under various iterations at that location for a number of years. They had a violation last summer. In August, there was a fight that broke out there among the dancers that resulted in notice of violation being issued. So, because the violation had not yet been resolved, as of November 1st, the cycle date of that permit, a letter of extension was granted by the commission. A second problem with an entertainer arose the first week of December, resulting in another violation. And so at that point, and I have the minutes here from the commission, on the commission's meeting of December the 16th, they voted to rescind the letter of extension that was previously issued. So they lost the ability to operate as of December 16th of last year.
And that was the state commission?
Yes, yes. They're doing that now, okay?
They're not operating, is what you're
Well, what the commission's doing is, if you're operating on a letter of extension and you get another violation, we're starting to see them set these permits for review of the letter of extension to determine whether, in fact, they should be permitted to continue operating.
Nice.
Okay? So we're seeing that. On the 16th of December, the permit holder, ownership of the permit holder, made a decision immediately, closed permanently, and sold the property. So the property is gone. The permit holder, we went ahead and put the permit into what's called location pending status, which means it's just out there in cyberspace.
Kind of escrow-ish.
Yes, it's in escrow, and it's in just sitting out there, waiting to be sold. The settlements were finally reached on both of these in April, with the commission simply instructing the permit holder to sell the permit at an arm's length transaction. We're engaged in those discussions. and I think we're really close at this point. I don't have a signed purchase agreement, but the permit will not operate at that location. The buyer would utilize it at a restaurant in Lawrence. Because the real estate is, as I say, it's already been sold.
When you say at a restaurant, though, the business model changes.
Well, what I'm saying is, the person who wants this permit is a restaurateur, that I am told, that needs a three-way and doesn't have one.
Okay.
This is a type 210. On the quota, there's nothing available in Lawrence. This one would be available for somebody to begin three-way service at a restaurant in Lawrence. And we're actively working to try to make that happen.
We can't enforce that, can we?
What do you enforce what?
They're going to say they're going to sell it to a restaurateur. But once we approve it or don't, we don't have any ability to make sure.
We don't have any authority over who they sell it to until that
Person comes in front of us.
comes in front
Yeah,
of
the
us.
person then has to come in front of you and tell you what they're doing.
So we haven't talked about the violation yet.
Yeah.
So we need to talk about the specifics of the violation. But the settlement agreement that Mark's referring to, in the agreement with the commission, one of them, there were two. It says, in lieu of revocation or further suspension, the respondent shall pay a civil penalty, and in addition to that, the respondent agrees to place the permit into escrow as location pending and not reopen.
Which we did.
Respondent shall seek a transfer of the permit to an independent party by means of an arm's-length transaction to a new location. So that's the settlement they have with the commission. But there's also language on the settlement that says, nothing in this agreement shall negate or restrict the applicable local board review process at the time of the subsequent renewal, nor shall it abridge the commission's authority to review the recommendation from the local board regarding the new renewal application.
Just hear that.
So, that's what they've agreed to with the commission. We have to decide whether or not, they should have the ability to
Sell it.
sell it.
Okay. Thank you for that. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, so we've got these two violations. Each one of them, unfortunately, resulted from issues with entertainers. And at the end of the day, try as we might, we didn't have the infrastructure in place to adequately run these establishments the way they, given a totality of the circumstances, it just wasn't there. They were spread thin. At one time, they had 4 establishments in Marion County, and now, with the closure of this one, they were down to 2. And so, again, I think it's a recognition on their part that this wasn't working. And so I do think, I know that the board, we talk about, are the permit holders being accountable? Are they holding people to standards, expectations? I would tell you that by closing your establishment, selling your property, that's the ultimate accountability. That's saying, we can't make it work, whatever happens, we have to just take it and move on. And
But was that decision made because that was the only agreement that could be reached with the commission?
No, we had other settlement agreements. They offered settlements that were suspensions, but they didn't reflect, they were issued, the settlement offers were given without the commission's knowledge at the time they were made that the property had already been sold, and that there was an intent to close permanently. We went back and asked for revised settlement agreements to reflect that, to state the fact that the permit holder wanted to close permanently as a mitigating to some recognition of mitigation in terms of what would otherwise be the ultimate penalty of denying a request for a renewal. So, this is an effort to, and I think it's a good effort, to accept responsibility for what happened there, realize that at the end of the day, it wasn't working, and that the best course of action for the permit holder, for the community, was just to simply close and move on, make the permit available for somebody else to use it at another location.
Okay, so let's pause and let's talk about the specifics of the violations, because that's what we're here for, right? We're not here to just agree to allow you to transfer because that's the agreement you have with the commission. We're here to review the violations and determine whether or not we feel like that's enough to constitute a denial. So let's talk about the specifics of the violations. Mr. Carlson, are you familiar with the two violations?
Yes, they're here.
All right, can you tell me what happened?
There were two altercations, largely involving dancers, one of which was inside and one of which was in the parking lot. And I believe one of them resulted, I think in a criminal charge against one of the dancers, I believe. So I don't think there was there was no death or anything like that.
Mr. Carlson, this is your industry. How many of these businesses do you have?
Over 100.
Over 100. How long have you been involved in it?
About 15 years.
15 years?
Yes, sir.
You've over 100 of these, and you've been doing this 15 years? And you couldn't get the infrastructure in place? That's how we led this thing. Well, we didn't have the infrastructure in place. If this was your first one, your first business, and just getting started, that may sit on me a little better, but my Lord, you got 100 of these. How many states are you in?
32.
32 states, 100 of these businesses, and you don't know what infrastructure it takes to run it?
Yes, sir. This location has been very difficult, and that's ultimately why we've made the decision to sell it and exit. And
What made it difficult, might I ask?
really just the size of it versus the demand. I mean, it's a smaller property, and kind of the way it's configured. The parking lot is on three sides of the building. It's difficult to monitor the parking lot, and for the level of security that is needed to adequately protect the business and its patrons, ultimately it just didn't generate enough revenue to cover that type of outside security expense.
Well, so you were here July of 2025. This application's been continued since October because the violations have been pending that long. July of 2025, you were here for 3 violations at that time. And the board agreed to give you a 1-year renewal. You met with Jim, you met with myself and the ATC's prosecutor, Drew Wignall, talked about some things you guys had put in place to try to make things better. And then we end up with 2, not 1, but 2 public nuisance charges since then. And you're right, they're involving your entertainers, which you're in that business countrywide. And I know one of them dealt with something in the fight in the parking lot, but there was a large, extensive fight inside the premise.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen the video from that. It starts with a couple entertainers, ends up, I think, with almost all of the entertainers, which was, I think, around 8 or 10. Starts in the dressing room, ends up in the bar area, then involves male patrons, involves security. Can you walk us through the events of that night?
Essentially, there was a dispute among a couple contracted dancers in the dressing room, a verbal dispute that then escalated into a physical dispute. And in the process of trying to separate them into different areas of the building, it turned into a larger dispute amongst the whole group of dancers, arguing and yelling and screaming, and then it was just a lot to try to separate, and it turned into the whole group that was there. And ultimately, again, the small building combined with just the proclivity of this group of dancers to argue and bicker and fight and cause problems was just not a good fit.
So who hires them as contract employees?
Pardon?
Who hires them as contract employees?
The manager.
What criteria do they use to decide if they're going to be a problem or not?
Well, when the last violation occurred, they started doing the local background checks which was something that was agreed to. And,
Is that something, you weren't doing that before?
Correct.
Just kind of, if they walk in, we'll take them?
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Well, then you may get what you paid for.
Absolutely, yes. So ultimately, like I said, the situation just seemed too far gone, and selling the real property and exiting seemed to be the best opportunity to resolve everything.
I'm
And
kind
then this took Lawrence Police Department to come in to quiet everything down before things were stopped, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You have another location outside of Lawrence down the street.
Correct. Yes,
We
ma'am.
don't have the same issues there as we do at this one. What's the difference?
Like I said, it's really was just the group of dancers and the group of patrons that were patronizing the 8501 location. It's a dramatically different group of people than the 7259 location. And so
where's it at? Where's that one at?
It's up the street on Pendleton, but on right outside of Lawrence city limits.
He says up the street, I would say it's down the street, it's on the other
Other
side of
of
465.
465.
It's inside the Beltway, probably about a half a mile down, that's my guess.
Babes?
Yeah.
It's the old, yes, it used to be that.
Yeah. So it's just a different group. It's just a much different group that
I don't think that building's much bigger than what your Harem House is in.
it's about the same. Yeah. It's about the
But the
same.
Harem House has trouble with size, quality, and this other one does. We're using the building as an out, and I don't see that.
Yeah, it
for
just,
having-
it just
for
had a
having
different-
issues.
It just, honestly, it just had a different crowd of dancers who wanted to perform there and different crowd of customers who, whereas the 7259 just, they don't attract that crowd,
I don't know, being a mile apart, I don't see how they couldn't. Because
Just
usually
different.
people work that whole area right there, man. They stop there, the other one, and the other one. But
Yeah.
I don't
The
understand.
address, I don't know how the address impacts
No.
this. A lot of good businesses along that stretch.
Right.
Now, you might have better managers at the other one, but
Yeah,
I
probably.
mean, that's your problem, but yeah, I just don't.
But he's also not the only guy in the county who has this license and this,
Oh, sure.
this business.
Sure.
And we don't see
Sure.
many of them
Sure.
because they run it as a business.
You had another location that was denied several years ago, Club Onyx. What were the issues, remind us, what were the issues at that location?
That one had a whole array of issues. Again, very bad group of customers and fights, and I believe there was a shooting at that location. I don't recall the specific details, but
The question I've got to debate is, have you ever heard, if you're always putting out fires, you might be an arsonist, right?
understood.
And you're always putting out fires, or we're always putting them out together. And I don't know why it's always you and I, and it's not these other owners of these same businesses. I can't, do you want to justify this further?
Well, in terms of the problems that happened, ultimately, the permit holder is responsible for everything that happens inside the premises and basically within their curtilage. And clearly, there's not a whole lot to say other than this happened. It shouldn't have happened. We deeply regret that it happened. But I do think that the determination to immediately close, accept responsibility, should be considered as a mitigator, and the fact that we just want to keep this permit alive for somebody else to use.
What can you tell us about the person that's interested in the permit now?
That's my question.
Because it's been kind of ambiguous, like who the person is. We hear that they want to open a restaurant, but that's it. What else do you know about the person?
I don't know a lot, but
Well,
I
maybe
do
Mr.
know.
What's your name?
Carlson, Mr. Ryan Carlson.
Mr. Carlson. What do you know about the person who's interested in your permit?
So a different consultant that we work with is the one who secured the buyer. My understanding is it's an American bar-style restaurant. I don't know who the buyer is. Like I said, Mr. Bedwell is the one who was working on that. But it's
Scott
definitely, it's a
Bedwell,
different
yeah.
location. It's not at this location, obviously. 'Cause
Will it also be in Lawrence?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it
Okay.
has to be.
It has to be.
It has to be. Okay, it
Yes.
has to be in Lawrence.
So
And it
regardless
won't
if you
be-
sell it to
yeah.
them or the state sells it to them, they can still end up getting it, correct?
Well, it depends, because the question is whether, like, right now, I believe, I'm just telling you, I believe Lawrence is over quota, because the population of Lawrence has dropped
Drought, what are you talking about, drought?
The population of your community sets how many licenses
How
you
many?
can have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you,
So if you
So-
fall under what,
So how much is the population of Lawrence?
I'm thinking, it's like 48, does that sound about right?
It's over 50.
Well, okay, the issue all the commission cares about is 2020.
I understand that.
So it's,
Census year.
and it is whatever it is. We have to take that number, divide it by 1,500, and that will tell us.
So if you think Lawrence is overdone, why are you trying to sell another license?
So here, this is what he's trying to say is that permits are based, the number of permits are based off quota.
Right.
Right now, that's an active permit.
Right.
Because it's an active permit, if it stays active,
It
it can
stays
be
active.
sold to another owner. If they find out the population's gone down and now they see that Lawrence is over quota, the commission would then make that permit. If we deny it and the permit goes back to the commission, then the commission would make that dead because their quota doesn't allow to have it.
So in other words, if a municipality grows, okay, they'll add permits at the decennial census, 2010, 2020, et cetera. If a community loses population, they don't get any new permits, but the commission won't take away the existing ones as long as they stay active. So that's the only issue that I have, and as I say, we're just trying to keep this alive so that somebody in Lawrence can use it, rather than have to see whether it would even go to the auction in November, which would mean that anybody who needed to use it this summer would not have access to it, or if it went to the auction at all, which would mean, and I don't have an answer for that. I don't know.
I would even advise, this board has a responsibility to make a decision on decisions he ultimately made when he got the opportunity. We gave him the opportunity. It's his business to run, do it well, do it not, and then here we are with a bunch of violations and people injured. You know, whether it gets sold or not, I don't know if that's this board's parameter, really. I understand part of it, but I think we got to make a decision based on the opportunity we gave you. So you had a 1 year, didn't we have you on a 1 year?
Yeah, we had a 1 year.
So in that case, I'm thinking, I'm walking through, you've got 100 and however many of these. You've got one of these in Indiana that's on a 1 year. What changes with you guys? Do you have like a board of directors? How do you report? I mean, you have 100 of these, that's a pretty big deal. How do you get information from the ground back to Vegas? Are you still in Vegas?
Yes, yes,
All
sir.
right. How do you get the information back? Seems to me like if you got a license, you know you're damn near gonna lose it. Somebody calls you and says, hey, Indianapolis is not happy, boom, what do you do then?
Try to monitor it more closely, and in this particular case, you know, we'd started looking for an exit opportunity to sell the property really as soon as it kind of just became clear that we weren't going to be able to make a long-term success of it.
When did that become clear to you?
I think when these two particular violations,
But you're already on a 1 year when these happened, right?
Yeah.
You had already been put on 1 year.
yeah, and we had taken some of the steps in the 1 year to try to mitigate some of the problems, and that didn't work. When these particular violations came up, I think it was November. Was it November? Yeah, I think it was November.
Well, no, December was the second violation.
Yeah.
It was
But-
August and December.
Yeah, by the time December rolled around, it was just very clear that this location is not going to, it needs, in this particular case, I feel like the only way it would work well is to have a hands-on owner who is actively there every single night, has a vested interest in the business, can monitor closely what's going on, and at that point, that's when we decided we need to exit from this location.
Or better staffing, security
Correct.
staffing.
Yes.
It should have never escalated to the out to the dance area. It should have never got that far. That's what's concerning to me.
We agree.
Your bouncers or whatever should have had that taken off outside.
Absolutely.
So with that lack, patrons did get involved because, you know, I just don't, I don't know.
I'd say this, I don't want to eat up your time to share what happened, and do you feel like you've explained your case? It's just we have a whole meeting, and this is
Right,
almost
no.
the first part.
I understand.
But this is important to you, and it's important to us.
Well, again, we're asking, we tried to take mitigating steps.
But Mark, you got to admit, it was after, and I mean, I've got 3 teenagers, it was after everything happened.
Well, usually it's I mean,
I said that
asking us to predict the future sometimes is hard.
But a 1 year should be a heck of a acknowledgement
It
that
was.
the current's not going.
And it was. And that's why we're done.
Did you
That's why
change your
we're done.
general manager at that point?
Yeah, we changed the supervision of the location, absolutely.
How many security guard bouncers did you have on site at this specific incident in December? How many was there?
There was 3 plus the outside person.
So you had 4. 3 people couldn't get them dancers in out of the area. They must be some some bad girls, man. Come on, man. I ain't buying it.
Well, I'm just,
I ain't buying it.
Well, I think
Wasn't
with that
anything
being
we
said,
wanted.
yeah, I mean, I understand. I don't think anybody wants
I
that.
mean, it's a tough decision, man, but
Yeah, it is what it is.
it's down to poor management. I mean, that's all. Let's just call it what it is.
Yeah. So I think with that being said, this board, we have to make the decision on whether or not to approve things. We did give the 1 year. In that time, we did get these additional violations. I understand what you guys are saying as far as, you want to keep the permit active.
right. But keep in mind, we're location pending now. We're in cyberspace.
Yeah.
It's just simply a permit out there doing nothing but waiting to be sold.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah, but still, I think the way that I look at it is that the ability to do that and make money from it is a privilege. It is not an automatic right. And at this point, we're
Maybe
kind of in a
send the wrong
space
message,
where,
right?
yeah,
We don't fully know what all the violators have for us today.
no,
But if there's no pain, nobody learns anything. And
Yeah.
if the concept is, well, we can just do whatever we want and the board will let us sell it and we'll get out of here. Like I said, I'm raising teenagers.
Well,
I don't know. I get it.
okay.
yeah.
I
Because
mean,
if that's
I
the
would-
case, then I would say get into the selling business a lot sooner, so that
Management
this
business?
isn't the case. If you can't run it, then get into the selling business sooner.
Well, I would tell you that under circumstances like this, it's never a win. It never is. It's always some kind of a fire sale. Because this is a very closely watched industry, and everybody knows what's going on with everybody in given communities. I mean, these problem issues get out there, so everybody knows what's going on. So sellers don't win. They
Right.
don't. I'm just telling you, they don't.
And it's not my real focus. Whether he wins or not isn't.
I know, but you guys are saying that, well, they might profit, and therefore they shouldn't be
Who said
allowed to.
that?
And all I'm
Who said that?
suggesting is
I never
that
said
that
that.
is,
I never said he's.
It's a theory, it's
I
not
would
proven.
say the board needs to look at it this way, regardless of whether the decision is to sell it or not. If we look at just strictly what violations have occurred, what that timeline has looked like over the past couple years, and we stay consistent with all our other decisions, just based on what we would do with any location, whether they're open or closed.
Yeah, this
Well
would,
said.
in that case, it would be a very clear decision.
And we gave you a 1 year in July of 2025 for 3 violations, including 1 public nuisance back then. After that, you had a public nuisance which involved a firearm in the parking lot in March of 2025. No, I'm sorry, in September of 2025, and you remained open until the large fight with the public nuisance in December. To me, I don't,
Yeah.
And you're blaming it on the location. That's just, those people are going to go 3 blocks west to your other one.
Yeah,
Am I right?
ramp up your
So you
interviewing
better tighten up
process.
that one too.
and when I look at these violation reports, the common denominator in all of them are the entertainers. But that's the business that you're in. And if you can't control those entertainers that you contract with, then maybe you might not be in that business.
Correct.
All right, with that, if we have a motion, we got a whole meeting to go here.
Yeah, I make a motion to deny it. I don't, on the grounds of all the violations.
We got a motion to deny, I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we appreciate your time.
All right, I need everyone's reasons for
Yeah, it's
denial.
become a public nuisance for me.
Public
Yeah.
nuisance, public nuisance?
Public nuisance.
Jim?
Public nuisance, yeah, I mean, just,
Okay.
All right, Jim, you get to leave after the next one. I'm here all day, so let's.
right on, brother. Renewal violation, RR 4931124, Marion operating as Marisol at 8015 Pendleton Pike, Suite C.
You guys should, it's one violation report, you guys should have it.
So,
Good morning.
good morning.
Good morning. And Mark Webb, Indianapolis, on behalf of Mari Sol.
All right. You want to introduce your clients?
Yes. Okay, so I have with me the two owners of Mari Sol, Maria Mondragon and Jose Cuevas.
And they're both owners?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Go ahead.
Now, do you both understand these proceedings?
Yeah, let me help you. Well, we've got a violation report, and I'm going to ask you to tell me what's in it. And then you're going to explain just what happened the night the violation occurred. The board, as you just heard, we're going to make a decision whether, we've got a couple options, but we'll make a decision on which of those options are presented to you based on the testimony you're going to give us about what happened. We'll do our best to be fair. You just tell us the truth, okay? Speak loud enough that we can hear you on the microphone. But we'll turn it over to you, and you can tell us, do you know why you're here? Why don't you share with us what the violation was, what occurred, all the context?
Okay.
Well,
Paper, rock, scissors on it.
So it was a little bit over a year ago that we have that violation.
Yep.
At that night, we have we're restaurants, and then weekends we do some karaoke stuff at night, and we do have a security company. We had it for I don't know how many years, but we hired them because we thought they were professionals. We paid them good, by the way, and at the end we noticed that they don't do their job correctly, because under the table they take money to let minors come in.
Oh.
And suddenly that day that the officers were there, we were talking to them, they were talking to us, and tell us that we have an issue there with a minor, and it was the transition from the restaurant to
The karaoke.
the karaoke stuff. And we do have the security officers over there, and they let two people come in, minors, and our staff served them, thinking that
They
as
got
they
through the
already
security.
came through security, they will be okay. But one of your officers looked at them, said, I better check them, and they did. And they noticed that two of them, they were underage. And, well, at this point, we hired the security company. We have another one, a different one.
Did you file a lawsuit on the first one?
That's what I was going to ask.
No.
You paid them for a service.
Yeah.
Do you have it on camera? Do you have cameras?
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess I probably didn't make the payment on camera, but
Yeah, we do have cameras. Anyway, so we changed the security company. This new one, we trained them. We forced them to take the classes and have their certificate that they took it. We have two devices to check IDs.
Scanners?
One for them at the entry and one at the bar. If the employees see that the customers, they don't look like old enough, even though they came through the security,
Checks and balances.
we checked them again
Okay. How long have you had your license?
for 12, 11, 12,
Almost
12
12.
years.
And how many violations do you have outside of this?
Besides this one, one,
Like maybe
Two.
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 I
But it
think,
was,
if I may, I'm only aware of one other violation.
What was it for?
It was an issue of ownership. The renewals were not done properly. So what we did was, we went ahead, I think there was a bit of a language barrier at first, and I questioned whether the applications were entirely correct from the beginning. But from the start, Mr. Cuevas was the majority owner. He still is the majority owner. However, for a number of years, when Ms. Mondragon came in and bought out the minority owners back in, I think, 2015, she was tasked with doing all the renewals.
Oh.
So she went and just looked at what had been done before
Sure.
and thought she was doing it right. So then when the problem in, let's see here, September of 2024 arose, and officers came out and she met with them, and they asked her role, and she said, "I'm manager and I'm a partner," which she believed she was. And as it turns out, she just wasn't on the permit. So that got corrected with the following renewal in 2025. She got on the permit and is on it now. But what we did was, we went back all the way and filed with the agreement of the commission, filed amended renewals on every single one of those to get them so that they were trued up with what the Secretary of State's records showed. Because the Secretary of State did have accurate paperwork showing a change in the ownership of the company. That just never translated in 2015 over to the commission. And the sad problem is that none of them possess any disqualifications. So it's not like it was done because.
That's what I was going to say. A lot of times that's done when you got a straw buy or something, right?
Exactly.
I don't
This
think
just-
that's the case.
It just didn't happen. So the records have been trued up. Then for a while, well, up until COVID essentially, they were operating with, if I'm, correct me now, make sure I'm right here, they were operating with Lawrence Police on their busiest nights. They got a couple of officers that would come, they'd pay them to be in the
Yes.
parking lot. Is that correct, up until COVID?
that is correct.
Well, then COVID comes along in March of 2020, and everything is shut down if you're a restaurant. So they were then closed for a year, year and a quarter, something like that. So when they opened back up, business was very slow in coming. So they could not afford Lawrence Police. They didn't have the business. So they were able to get this company that Jose testified to.
Do we know who they are? Are they common? I guess I'd ask it that way.
I
Are they
think they're
around?
not, they're not, they weren't licensed. That was the problem. They weren't a licensed company. They
Well,
weren't a licensed security company. They just didn't know. And so when they found that out, they then terminated them. And they had several loyal patrons, people that they liked, that were willing to help them out. And so on busy nights, they have between a pool of 4 to 6 people that would come and help them in the parking lot and just kind of do things because they liked them. And then recently, business has come back very well, and they have now re-engaged with Lawrence Police. And so Lawrence Police, I believe, did you tell me they've now been like 3 weeks?
3 weeks.
They've had, on the weekends, they've had Lawrence Police there now 3 weeks in the parking lot. So they are, everything is moving in the right direction for them. All of the, let's say all their paperwork is up to date with the ATC. They were cited for not having smoking signs and things like that. All that stuff has been posted. All of the issues that were raised in the big, that first violation have been addressed. And a corrective action plan was filed earlier this year that addressed all of this stuff.
All right, so, thank you for that. This Groves guy, he was with the security company?
Yes, he was not an employee of Marisol.
Yeah.
He was,
Okay, so then when you made this last decision to hire a security company, what did you do differently? I mean, the first one you hired, and I don't know, we gotta be careful with the, well, I didn't know, because we get that a lot. It's always people don't know. What'd you do differently?
Well, we try to make sure they know what they're doing, because sometimes when a customer, they try to get in, it doesn't matter what. We make sure they treat people right by telling you can't come in, and then people get upset and they start having problems. We make sure they don't get into fight. But
Yeah. You shouldn't have to worry that if you hire a security guard, right? They're gonna be professionals. But this first group, they weren't licensed, and that worries me. I mean, you want to know enough that you know to make sure it's a legitimate organization. I don't know, Jim, it's yours. What do you think?
I think, I'd like to give them like a year's probation and.
I was going to ask, do you think
And,
if we gave you a one-year opportunity to make sure that this thing gets back into good graces, that you could handle that? Now, the last case we just had, we did the same thing. We gave him a 1 year, nothing got better, it actually got worse, and we had to do what we had to do. Don't necessarily want to do that, don't care if we have to, but if we have to, once again, it's that side of the table that makes this side of the table take an action. So, in 1 year,
But before we get there, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So looking at the violations that you've had, you had a violation in 2019 for sales to minors, 2023 for sales to minors, and then in 2025 for sales to minors. What are you doing? We have the security issues, right? The public nuisance on one hand, but then we also obviously have a problem with sales to minors. What are you doing to make sure that that's been corrected?
We train the employees to avoid this, and we give ready of 4 of them, because that's when you guys catch us doing that. But after that, we catch them doing it, so we just remove them and hire a different one, train them.
Do you have a standard operating procedure for to card everybody?
Yeah.
So how many employees do you have that serve alcohol?
6, around 8.
8, and is there a written policy? Do they understand that if they get caught selling to a minor that they're terminated? Is that a written policy, or do you allow them another chance? What do you do when that happens?
We're very strict on that, because these issues that we have.
But you got to see the irony in that statement. We're very strict on that, but we have 3 consecutive cases where this continues to happen. So it's a little bit contradictory.
Are one of you there all the time, or do you manage the location yourselves?
Yes.
You have a manager?
Yes.
So one of you is there acting as a manager at all times?
I work from morning to 10, and then she takes over on the weekends all night until we close. So one of us is there all the time.
You ever send secret shoppers in to test your people?
What is it?
Do you ever send people in that you know are underage just to see if they can get through your security?
Yeah, one of the issues that we have on, I think on 19, that he was
Excise.
one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a excise
Two,
That was
compliance
excise,
check.
two guys come in, yeah, and the server, the bartender, that's the one we don't have anymore. because we catch her doing it again.
Some of your crowd rush could be attributed to that, though. Kids find out they can get into these places.
Oh,
We
yeah.
see where they just keep, it spreads
I
like
don't think you
wildfire.
understood what you said. You,
Yes.
to take somebody you know that's underage, have them come into your establishment, not the police, but you do it in-house.
Yeah.
And try that and see if you can catch them.
No, we haven't.
That's what he was trying to tell you.
Yeah.
You
We
didn't
haven't-
understand.
We
I
haven't
get
done
that.
that yet.
Is
didn't
your,
understand.
is your location, is it family dining during the day? And then after, what, 10 o'clock it goes to 21 and over?
Yes.
It is, there's a big family dining area there, and then there's a small bar area that is limited separation. And I would just tell you, if you haven't tried it, they have a Mexican lunch buffet. I don't know any place in the city that has a Mexican lunch buffet. And it is really, really good.
Wonderful.
I think they're trying to, they've made a lot of changes. So we're hoping that you will be willing to allow them a year to
Prove it.
show you, prove it.
Yeah.
Jim, it's, once
Yeah,
again, with
I'd
our
like to give
eye
him
on
a
the
year.
clock
I
here a little bit.
I'd like to give him a year.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
There's a motion for a one-year renewal. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, you have 12 months. That's the, it's up to you now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, Jim Hennigan, thanks for everything.
Thank you,
pal.
man.
Have a great month.
Oh, I'm gonna
Catch some big fish.
be heading north tomorrow.
All right, moving on to the rest of Indianapolis. Starting with new applications, calling RR 4943477, Ty Bliss LLC, doing business at Ty Bliss at 5335 East Southport Road. Ty Bliss? Yep. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you all.
Yeah, come on up, sir, and hand your application to the officer, and then you can have a seat at the table.
Oh,
We did a great job.
but that was your orange sign.
I think so too.
It's a good start.
to kind of break it up a little bit.
Color coded.
Yeah, I thought it was the orange sign
I
at
did
first. I was
too.
like, oh no, we have a problem. Okay, we're good.
Sir, what's your name?
Jordan Westby,
What's your relationship to the business?
the owner.
You're the owner? Okay. So your name's on the license?
Yes,
Is this your first license in the state of Indiana for alcoholic beverage?
yes.
All right. Got a set list of questions we ask everybody that's new. Answer loud enough that we can hear you on the microphone, please. Is this your first license in Marion County? All right. I got the wrong list, pal. Did you prepare this application yourself, or did someone else prepare it for you?
I did,
Did you have a chance to review the application after it's prepared?
yes,
Were all the answers contained in this application answered in a truthful manner?
yes,
Is there anything you wish to add to the application?
no,
Are you the only owner of the business?
just me and my wife,
Did you list her on the application?
yeah,
Okay. Is there at least 200 feet between your premise and any church or school?
yes,
Do you understand that an excise officer may enter, inspect, and search your permit premise at any time without a warrant?
yes,
Are you applying for carry-out privileges?
no,
Are you applying for limited separation? You got a little bar area in there with like?
No, no
Yep.
bar area.
All right. So, what's the size of your space? What's your capacity?
it's 4,000 square feet, 120 capacity,
How many employees will you have?
5,
Do you have a policy in place for checking IDs?
yes.
What's that policy state?
Anyone that appears under 40 is to be ID'd.
Okay, what happens if one of your employees does serve a minor?
They would be terminated.
Is that's part of the policy?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, good. You have any questions?
What are your hours of operation?
We open at 11 a.m. and we close at 9 p.m.
And that's even on the weekends too,
Friday and Saturday, we're open till 10.
until
Are you
10?
you're currently open and operating?
Yes,
You clear on the rules and responsibilities that come with this license?
yes,
All right. Any further questions from the board?
You understand that you'll need to have an inspection prior to the permit being made active? I'll give
Yes.
you my contact information.
Hearing none, I'll accept a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Good luck, sir.
thank you.
Here's my card.
Calling RR 4943709, Chahan Enterprises LLC, doing business as Indie Wings at 3623 Shelby Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I haven't received an email from him yet.
I think you sent it. Oh, sorry.
These will all be fast, and not a lot there.
Yeah, they should be.
I still don't see I don't see the revenue form. How about we do this? I'm gonna give you my card.
Okay.
It has my email address on it.
Okay.
I'm gonna have you go sit back in the room.
Okay.
Email me all the documents.
Okay.
And we will call you back up in a little bit.
Okay.
All right?
A little star by that one. Calling RR 4943715, Sippy's Social House LLC, doing business as Sippy's Social House at 901 South Pennsylvania Street. Is that a typo?
North Pennsylvania.
What did I say?
You said south.
Oh,
North-
is it
it's
Haus? Or is that a misspelling? Is it H?
No, that's a German spelling.
Thank you.
Do you have the list of the names and addresses you sent the notice to? Yep, I need all those. All right, you can have a seat.
And what's your name?
Nicole Kearney.
And what's your relationship to the business?
I'm the owner.
You're the owner. Is this your first license in the state of Indiana?
No.
Nope. How many do you have?
I used to have a winery license, and I've given that back.
How long ago, or how long did you have it?
For about from 2018 to just 2025. I gave it up last year.
And any reason? Was it violations or?
No, I just closed that business.
Oh, okay. All right. Tell us about Sippy's.
It's a social house, so gathering space where people can come to sip, share, and connect. And we're going to have wine, beer, and bubbles.
Okay.
Sparkling wine.
What's the capacity of your space?
I'm looking to have no more than 65 people.
Okay. Do you have a policy for checking IDs?
Absolutely.
What's at
I
stake?
already have another space I look at. We check everybody's ID.
Check everybody's?
We do.
All right. Is this like 21 and over?
Absolutely.
All right. So they're getting checked at the door?
Checked at the door and checked again at the bar.
What happens if one of your employees does serve a minor?
Oh, I fire everybody. Been doing it.
Okay.
How many employees do you have
We will have 4 to start.
to serve?
Yeah.
And then what will your food menu be like?
So we will have a small menu like charcuterie, but we have a cluster truck up the street, and we'll also have food trucks coming. We do not have a kitchen in our location.
But you'll be able to do hot soup and hot sandwiches to meet the
Oh,
minimum
absolutely. Not tapas, but Jamaican patties. We've talked to them about being able to get those wholesale.
requirements. Okay. When do you plan to open?
As soon as you come and inspect. But hopefully, the goal is June 19th.
Just for me, you said it's a social...
Social house, yes.
But like, that just, it's a bar.
It's
I
a
mean,
bar.
People could come in, it's not a club, I guess, right?
No, it is
Not
not.
like
No, we'll be closed by.
Brooklyn in the 80s,
The latest
right?
will be midnight, but that's for special events. Our typical closing will be 11 p.m.
Okay. All right. Any further questions from the board? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, all second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good luck.
Oh, thank you very much.
Can I ask how soon?
Probably next week.
Calling RH 4930419, 6 Points Hotel Partners LLC, doing business as the Hampton Inn and Suites, Indianapolis Airport, 9020 Hatfield Drive. Good morning.
Do you have the names and addresses that the notice was sent to?
Doesn't look like she has a list here, but because of the, oh, here's the list.
Okay. All right, perfect, thank you.
I'm Angela Krahulik with Ice Miller, representing the applicant, and I'm accompanied by Shannon Hooks, who is the manager of this hotel. Application primarily to let them sell alcohol out of their, is it, you guys call it a sweet shop?
A gift shop.
Gift shop
We
area.
see it a lot, yeah. Well, is this their first?
No, well, this location.
For this
first,
location, but your
yes.
entity has other licenses in the state, I'm sure.
5 other ones,
Right,
and we
yep.
have applications
So
in
that'll-
for 2
we don't need to
additional.
ask the questions, right?
No, are you the manager of
Yes,
this
ma'am.
location specifically? Do you have any experience with alcohol permits, selling alcohol?
Yes,
You do?
Yes.
Within the state of Indiana?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am, could you just walk us through how the transaction takes place at the hotel? Somebody wants alcohol, what happens?
we have to ID them.
They come downstairs, you don't go to the room,
We don't.
and you have a kitchenette area or like a little concession area?
Right.
And well, you tell me, is the alcohol locked up?
It is. It's actually locked in our back office, but we'll have a display case with empty cans of the beer that we
Sure.
So it's just going to be beer and wine? Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then, you understand that anyone that sells it will have to have an
Their
employee
permit.
permit, training certificate, you
Right.
have all those on file. Any of your clerks under the age of 21?
No.
Okay.
Policy for checking IDs, you check them all, so what
Everyone,
happens if
ID
somebody
every
does
time.
serve a minor, what happens?
They're immediately terminated.
Immediately
unfortunately.
terminated?
Mhm.
Okay. Any further questions from the board? Pretty standard. Hearing none, I'll accept the motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good luck.
Thank you.
And I believe she needs to schedule excise inspection with you.
You can't rent a hotel room unless you're 18, right? Or is it older than that? Is it like a rental car? Hell, I'm not. It'd be 20-something to rent a hotel room, or is it like a rental car, or can you do one at 18? I don't know. All right, calling RR 4943847, Shake Shack, Indiana LLC, doing business as Shake Shack, number 1733 at 8704 US 31 South, Suite 104. I've never been to Shake Shack.
It's just okay.
Good morning, Lisa McKinney from Bose McKinney and Evans, representing Shake Shack, and Sydney.
Oh, Sydney Walls.
Cindy, what's your role with the Shake Shack?
I'm a general manager.
Okay. Do they have alcohol license in the state of Indiana?
Yeah, they've got 4 others. This would be their 5th.
Okay. And have you served alcohol? Have you been in that
Yes.
capacity before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the hours of operation for Shake Shack?
It'll be 10 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Is this beer and wine only?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you walk us through how the transaction takes place?
Yes, we card everybody that looks under the age of 40. We walk up, we check IDs. We do not have scanners, but all of my managers are responsible for checking IDs.
And they have to look at the picture.
They have to look at the picture, check the ID to make sure it's real.
That can't be a big part of your business, I wouldn't imagine.
No, and you want to tell them how you serve it, though, because you don't
That was
walk
going to
them
be my
around.
question.
Yeah,
Because
so
they
we-
order at the counter, correct?
Yes, they order at the counter, and then we walk it out to them, and we hand it directly to the person whose ID we checked who purchased the alcohol.
Okay.
So you understand, cannot be served over the counter.
Correct.
And that's how they do it at all their locations, so they don't They don't serve over the counter.
Correct.
What happens if an employee does serve in minor?
They go through an automatic retraining with a final written corrective action.
Okay.
Is this location currently open?
No,
When do you plan to open?
August.
So we would be requesting, I think it's like the second week of August, they'd be requesting, I'll probably reach out to you into July, beginning of August, to ask for the final inspection as soon as the building's in good shape so that you can walk through.
Are you clear on the rules and responsibilities that come with having this license?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you're not, ask the lady to your left. All right, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
A motion to approve, all second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Moving on to transfer applications, calling RR 4943477. I don't know. IIY Construction LLC.
That's what I say.
That's how
This
I...
is, Mark had to step out. Is this one yours? Okay, so we'll hold,
Oh, you already called earlier? Who are you? Oh, oh, pal.
oh,
He's gone. Yeah, the gentleman who... So you ran into him, Bob Staten? Yeah. I don't know, can we hear it without him?
we can.
Which one was it? Is it a
You're still
violation?
location pending, right, for today?
I have a location.
But I mean, for this application that we're hearing today will be the location pending, and then you'll come back for the location.
I have a location already.
So when you filled this application out, you didn't, and in the interim, you found one?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Have you sent in an amended application with Ricardo?
Yeah, come on up, pal.
I know you and I have had email back and forth, but have you sent in the amended? Let me see what you have. Yeah, so. Okay, so, but as of today, if we heard you today, we're just hearing you as a location pending, and then you'll have to come back with that address identified, because I don't see, there's no amended application in here, and you weren't advertised with the location.
What you mean advertising?
Our documentation here that we get from the state that says, here's all the details for you to make your decision, it shows that it's pending a location. She doesn't have, and you submitted to the state, here's my location I found, she doesn't have that. Here's what I'd say, we got a guy that is the Speedway appointee, and you're gonna have to come back anyway.
Well, here's what my suggestion would be. Yeah, unless, and I cut you off, you might have,
You go.
maybe you were gonna say what I was gonna say, but we go ahead and hear him today, because he's gotta come back with, when he has the
I wasn't wanting to
location
say, but that's fine.
identified.
That's
Can we
fine.
do that? Okay.
All right, then let me call it.
Do you want to hear him before we move to transfers then?
Yeah, I just wanna wrap it up.
Okay.
You were Tootsies?
Tooties.
Tooties?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
That's fine.
All right, Tooties, so calling RR 4943407, Tooties Chicken and Fish LLC, Tooties Chicken and Fish, location pending or not. All right, is this your first alcoholic beverage license in the state of Indiana?
No,
It's not?
no.
How many do you have?
5.
You have 5?
Okay.
First off, who are you? I didn't ask you your name.
Sorry, Batiste Wood. I'm the
Okay.
owner.
You're the owner?
Yes.
Or the only owner?
Yes.
Before we go any further, you were not here when we swore everybody in, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, so let me swear you in. Go ahead and raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear from under the penalties for perjury that the answers that you've given on your application or any answer you might give to any questions asked by this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. So where are your other locations?
I have Lafayette, West Lafayette, Dyer, St. John, Michigan City.
Okay, so this will be your first one in Marion County.
That's correct.
Any violations on those?
No.
How long have you had them?
3 years?
For about all of them?
Yes.
All right.
No, 2 of them just recently, but the other one.
Okay. And what is it?
What's that?
What is this? Like
It's a restaurant.
restaurant?
Yes.
What's the, I guess the location you have now, do you know what the capacity is for
I
that?
know, I just got the square footage. I don't have the,
What's the square footage?
3,021.
What are your hours of operation?
11 to 7, 11 to 10 throughout the week, 11 to 1 on the weekend.
Okay. Well, tell us about checking IDs. What's your policy?
I always have a scanner and I check out.
You got a scanner?
Yes.
Good. Okay, what happens if somebody does serve a minor?
I haven't had.
Scanner only works if they use
Yeah,
it?
correct. It'll be terminated for sure.
Okay. All right. Any further questions from the board?
No, but I just want to make sure you understand that you need to get in contact. I was looking at an email between
tried.
Ricardo.
I've tried. He didn't know what I was talking about. So I came down here twice.
Well, there's an email that says that, from him, that says, since this is a 210 permit, which is what you have, I want to make sure that you transfer the permit to your business first, then we can get it in the right location. So he wanted us to hear it as location pending, so that it goes into your name. Now it'll go into an escrow account. Now you'll need to submit the application for transfer of location. So you need to get with him and get that submitted, and then we will have you come back, and once we have that location identified, and we'll talk about
Yeah,
that
that's with
location.
the orange sign and everything as well too.
Yes, yeah.
She
Okay.
gave me that already.
What?
I did that already.
Well, I don't have a location, I don't have an address, so there's no way I would be able to check that sign. Like, that has to be, there's to be public notice sent out with the address identified. None of that's been done yet. So you're kind of in a weird situation, but I know you have my contact information.
Yes.
So rather than take up a bunch of time during this meeting, why don't you contact me if you have more questions about it, and we can discuss it. But other than that, you need to get in touch with Ricardo and submit a transfer of location. Okay?
You're almost there.
Yeah, but we need to vote
All
on
right.
this.
With no further questions, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, all second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good luck.
All right,
You're
thanks
almost
a
there. All right, so moving on to transfer. What happened on that IIY?
He still hasn't sent the email to me yet, so it's still on hold.
Calling RR 4943567 Suki Entertainment LLC, doing business as Suki Banquet at 4435 North Keystone Avenue, Suite 14. Ho, 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 ho.
Morning.
You're not even the best dressed guy in your crew.
No. Amy, did you get Jeff's email?
Yeah.
I've got it.
I like that.
Just some pictures of the facilities. And see what we're talking about.
Yeah. Just a reminder to the board, you heard this one in April when I was gone. They had a catering hall permit, they applied for a 210 restaurant permit. There were some questions over whether or not, what their business plan was gonna be and if they were gonna be a restaurant or not. I had some additional concerns after I did the final inspection because I don't feel like the answers they gave me that day matched the answers they gave during the meeting. So I asked for it to be remanded back to us to make sure we're all on the same page.
Fair?
Yep.
Yep. All right, Alex.
Thank you, Amy, for that summary. It's exactly right. We agree with it. Apologies for Jeff McKean was here, as you may remember, back in April. Jeff's out of town, so you're stuck with me today. But Danvers want to be an open book. We're not trying to hide anything here. There were some changes in fairness. After we were here in April, there were some discussions that you may recall. They had the existing catering permit, and they had some events that were scheduled before that permit. There were some concerns about that. To just eliminate those concerns, they canceled those events and did not have them. They didn't want to cause any problems.
Are these the rentals or the parties that they were throwing that they canceled?
And-
Because there was a question about a graduation event or something like that they still wanted to be able to honor, but then we were having a discussion about these basically club parties that were happening, so trying to like get squared away on what it is that's actually going on. So which events got canceled? Was it the club party or was it the graduation?
Club party.
I think both. I don't think you had any events.
We didn't
after.
have any events
There were
after
no
that.
events.
Okay.
I think you did have one event that was scheduled that was for an under 21 event.
Yeah, and that might be what I'm
Canceled
referring to as a
because-
graduation.
Yeah, that was the graduation.
Yeah, because
We
you
canceled
decided
that.
to go
We
21
refunded
canceled
the
that
money.
too?
Yeah, we refunded the money,
Right,
right? the
because of the transfer
Next day
permit.
because of the
Okay.
transfer.
But part of the issue was, okay, so the reason that you guys want to go from a catering hall permit to a restaurant permit is why?
Officer Swallow had mentioned for us to do that because of concern of
For public events.
yeah, for public events.
So there was a concern in their catering hall. For some of the, you've got pictures, it's a very, very nice event center. Suke, and you may recall this from last time, it comes from the Haitian Creole. It's kind of the feeling that you get when you're in a place with music and the ambiance, and so that's what they're trying to create here, focusing on jazz and music events, but also having private events. Officer Swallow talked with them when they had their catering hall permit. There was some advertisement going on social media for bands and whatnot, which kicked it into a public event. And he recommended that if they wanted to do that, to get the 210, which brings us here today again. So that was the reason for switching from the catering hall to the 210, so that if they were going to have an event that qualified as a public event as opposed to private, they would be able to do that. And of course, I've talked with the Game of Girls, and so has Jeff McKean. They know that if it's a public event, they need to file the Tag 222 to notice notice IMPD, that it's going to be public, hours, and so forth. So we're clear on the process. and procedure for that.
So today, your testimony is you want to remain a catering hall, primarily private events, but then whenever you have a public event, you'll send notice to the commission. Is that what? Is
Correct.
that?
So they'll be, I mean,
You want
they're
the
open
catering
as a
hall
restaurant.
designated.
I'm not sure if Jeff has submitted a catering hall designation.
Yes.
He has.
I think it's attached to.
Yeah, and then the supplemental catering.
It's a supplemental.
To do the offsite. But yes, limited hours, Thursday to Sunday, 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. roughly, event specific, and if someone's in there, Thursday a.m. But it's not going to be open for lunch, open for dinner.
So I'm very confused, and this is why we called you back, because I'm very confused on what you want to do. Are you planning to be open every day or every week, Tuesday through Sunday?
Thursday.
Thursday through Sunday every week, open to the public.
I'm sorry, and thank you to have us back again. And my name is Yves Camille d'Angreville, and I represent Suke. When Mr. Swallow come and give us the idea, teach us about the 210, and that's what Suke needed, to start doing what we do. And I'm in promotion entertainment. We've been to New York, and what Suke brand in Indianapolis, that's something different than what we're used to. Because Suke, and we're not here today to get a 210 license. It's more what we put in there. It's bigger than that. It's Suke, it's a brand, and I'm glad to say I'm the face of that brand. And we do not take shortcut to be here. It takes us years, not one, not two. It takes us years.
Yeah, but
So I think to Officer Sunia's question, and I may have misunderstood this as well, which is if you don't have an event, would you be open on a Friday? If you don't have a band or you don't have a scheduled event, or public or private, will you always be open Thursday through Sunday?
Yes, that's something we built. We could start it. It could be, because most of the place in Indianapolis, they go over 25 years and now. That's something you build. It's not mean you're gonna come open, you got 500, 200 people. You're not gonna last for a year.
But will you always be open? So
yes, because
Thursday,
we're gonna build something, yes.
You will be open, whether you have a band or an event, Thursday evening, 7 o'clock, the doors will be open, you'll have your staff and your bartenders there to be open, not event specific. And so if
Yes.
you wanted to have a drink, have something to eat, we'd be able to do that.
Yes.
Okay, so that is,
So then, when I came to do the final inspection and we talked about it, you had told me that the plan was to be open every week. Well, I think you said Wednesday through Sunday, but we'll say Thursday through Sunday. Every day as a bar, right?
As a bar?
Yes. If you're going to be open to the public, you're not going to just have events. You're going to be open every day. So if there's no event, I can still come in there and have a drink.
just on Wednesday.
We because to make it clear, that's something we built, and we're gonna create activities like we could get like 7-day event, like do different things every week, do different things to keep up our clientele, because that's something we're gonna build.
But you'll be open?
Yes, we'll be open.
So, yes.
So no more just private events. You're not going to be operating as a catering hall. You're going to be operating as a restaurant bar.
Yes.
21 and over only.
If I understand, yes.
And that was important too. That was another change that they, because of the food sales, I'm not sure that they'll be able to hit the $100,000.
Right.
So they decided to just go 21 and over.
Yeah, there's no kitchen.
The separation,
Have you had discussions about the change with your landlord?
Change?
I know that the landlord wanted them, they've got a lease through roughly 2030. Right. And it's a new landlord. They acquired the property in the last 18 months or so. The lease provides for what they're doing. So I don't know, have you had any recent discussions with
No.
the new landlord?
No. Because I received a letter from an attorney's office that represents your landlord. Represents Dima Plaza LLC, which I believe owns the property. And it says that they object and remonstrate against the approval, transfer, renewal, extension, issuance, or continued processing of any alcohol permit for Suki Entertainment. To the extent the application seeks authorization for a use that is not permitted under the applicable lease.
But, I'm sorry, the license on our lease, they said we could do that.
Said you could do what? Be open as a restaurant?
We could do, only things we could do like club, we could cover all over 21 and older and serve alcohol. Our lease stated that.
But I think for that question, it's fair. It's a contract, right? And so we know that the lease has provisions in it. I don't have a copy of the lease. I don't have a copy of this letter.
Yeah, I just received the letter, so.
Me. But to the extent there's a dispute under the lease, I mean, that's really not for this board. As we sit here today, your concern, of course, is that they do have a lease that allows
They
them
get the
to
appropriate
occupy.
license to fit the business model, and that they can manage it if they do or do not do.
And it's a C4 too, I think.
Yeah, the zoning
The
is
zoning
fine.
is C4, everything is fine.
Well, once the officer's comfortable with the license that's being requested for, we'll run through the rest. But we just want to make sure we start on the right.
And that's why we're here too. We talked about that. We want to make sure that you all are comfortable with the Danvervilles, with Suke, what they're wanting to do, their investment. They want, if they didn't want to come back here next year on renewal and not have resolved these outstanding questions. And so we're happy to come back today and run through things.
I will say, to Officer Sunye's point, clarity is an issue because this is now, I was here in April, and I remain confused around what it is that we're actually trying to do. Like, we got out of that meeting in April, and I'm like, hands in the air, like, I don't really know how this is going to pan out, what we decided on. I'm still not 100% clear, but I don't know what my parameters are on what we can and cannot do. There's just a lot of ambiguity around this, and I don't think it should be that way.
Rely on the officer to understand the details of the license. That's where I'm going to stand.
Yeah, I'll stand there as well.
My confusion still surrounds the operation, the actual operation of the location. I'm still not really sure if we're just going to a bar. I guess I don't
So the
understand.
distinction is, and this is what we've been talking about, if you're going to be open, you know, regular business hours, whether it's Wednesday or through Sunday or 7 days a week, you get to determine that. But regular business hours in the evenings, that the doors are open, whether you have a band or not, that I can come in and have a beer, have a drink, and something to eat. If that's the business, then that's not the catering hall. You can still close and have a private event there and do that.
I think this is why when you mention catering, then I'm seeing you know what we have now, and you know we do have a license now, and so when they say catering, that's not what we're doing.
I mean, let's switch the word to events.
Yes.
If you're not
okay.
having an event,
yes.
are
yes.
you open? If you're
Yes.
not having an event, you are open.
Yes.
So yes, it's a movie that's still focusing on events to bring in bands and have the music, and if someone wanted to have a private event, you'd be open to that as well.
Yes, as
But generally speaking, focusing on music, creating that suke, and you'll have regular hours,
Yes.
employees all trained. We've covered that before.
How many employees will you have?
we'll have four bartenders, and security, we have a firm, and we've had security since we opened 20.
Are they licensed?
They are. It's a company that we use, and they have 4 different other companies that they use. And as far as ID, we have ID checker. It's
Scanner.
one, yeah, ID scanner, and it's one that they say that the TSA uses. So we got the one that has everything. So you can check passport.
Don't get too confident, though. If they don't use it, it doesn't do anything. So they've got to use it. Right?
And that's our bigger concern, is the safety of our people.
All right, let's pause. I want to make sure we're applying for the right license.
I mean, if they plan on being open to the public, they need it. That's what they need, is a 210.
And their statement under oath is that it's what they're going to do.
That's what they're going to be, which is, when they were here last time, I don't think they were very sure on what they wanted to do.
And I think there have been some conversations, some clarification. So we apologize for the lack of clarity. You absolutely need that. And we tried to get that to you. We didn't succeed, so I apologize for that. But I think we're there.
Yes.
So then, if this is what we all agree to, and this is the correct license, and then we grant it, and then we find out that's not what's taking place, then we have the ability to have repercussions.
We have the ability to deny the renewal.
Well, we can't do anything between here and there. If they tell us we're going to be a restaurant, and then we figure out they're not doing that.
Not for this board. Excise can.
Yeah, and I would say if something happens and they decide, you know what, having the regular hours, the option would still be open to them. Hey, this isn't working. We want to designate to a catering hall, and we would submit that paperwork to excise. But as we sit here today, the hope is that business will be good. They'll still be open to the public. 210, limited hours, not 7 days a week. Maybe they switch to that if business is really good. But the intent as we sit here today is.
Have you heard back from any of your neighbors about the new permit?
No.
I mean, I know we don't have any remonstrators in the room today, but I've received the letter from your landlord, which I think you need to sit down and have a really serious conversation with them, and Alex, I'll forward the letter to you.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll follow.
But I also received one from, I believe it's some apartments that are close to you, that wrote a letter of objection from the Partners in Housing.
They just open.
They just
We've been
opened.
here, yeah, we've been here
Falk
for
next to you?
4 years. Probably like a year old, we were there.
I think, with the prior operations operating for a number of years, going back to 2018, and there had no public nuisance issue.
Never.
Talked to Detective Harrison before.
I mean,
So,
we did have one I would consider a significant issue, which was ignoring a cease and desist from the commission.
On the operations,
Yeah. So, I mean, that's not a
And
minor
And
violation.
we resolved, and there were two issues. One, the prosecutor dismissed, and then one, was settled, and the event happened and should not have. That was a number of, how long ago was that?
It was part of what we discussed in April, which
Yeah.
added to my concerns. But what does Partners in Housing have to say?
Yeah, I'd like to read this letter. This letter is much shorter than the other. The landlord is multiple pages long, but this one says, Dear members of the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission, I am writing on behalf of Partners in Housing to formally express our opposition to the issuance of alcohol permit RR 493567 for Suke Banquet. Partners in Housing owns and operates adjacent affordable multi-family housing, Fall Creek View and The Point at Fall Creek, that serves vulnerable populations, including residents participating in HUD continuum of care programs who require ongoing case management and supportive services. The safety, stability, and well-being of our residents are central to our mission and daily operations. We oppose this application based on Suke's Banquet's documented history of noncompliance and problematic operations. Specifically, there have been prior cease and desist orders, instances of events held in direct violation of existing licensing restrictions, and a pattern of disturbances associated with the property, including incidents involving violence. This history raises serious concerns about the applicant's ability and willingness to operate responsibly under an expanded permit. The requested 210 three-way permit would significantly broaden Suke Banquet's operational scope by allowing the sale of beer, wine, and liquor for both on-site consumption and carry-out, as well as extending operating hours to effectively 24-hour access with a 3 a.m. cutoff. Given the applicant's prior record, granting such latitude presents a heightened and unacceptable risk to the surrounding community. As the immediate neighboring property owner serving at-risk individuals, we have firsthand experience with the negative externalities generated by this establishment's past activities. These impacts are not theoretical. They directly affect resident safety, disrupt supportive programming, and undermine housing stability for individuals working to overcome homelessness and other significant challenges. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the Commission to deny alcohol permit RR 493567. At a minimum, we request that the Commission carefully consider the applicant's compliance history and demonstrated adverse impacts on the surrounding residential community before taking any action. Thank you for your consideration of this matter and for your continued commitment to protecting the health, safety, and welfare of our Hoosiers.
So I would object to that on a few bases. One, they're not here. I don't have the opportunity to cross-examine them. They're making a lot of vague claims there about impacts. We don't have any specifics there. I don't know if they're true or not. This is zoned for this business. It's appropriate to have it there. They've had an alcohol permit with events and alcohol there. This permit is not going to change that, albeit it allows for a different compliant operation that Officer Swallow and Excise suggested that they do, which is we're here to make sure that the issue with the cease and desist order of having publicly noticed events on social media, that doesn't happen. That was the nature of that. The hours of operation, under the catering hall permit, they could have stayed open until 7 to 3 a.m., just like this permit. So I think, one, these folks aren't here. They weren't here the last time that we were here before you. I suspect it could have been something tied to the landlord. I don't know. I'm not here to speculate on that. But just the substance of that letter, there's a lot of words there, but not a lot of...
We don't have a lot of documentation to debate it, but at the same time, they could also have transportation issues, the challenge to get here, being the type of housing.
And your objection is noted.
Yeah.
And I agree, we definitely put more weight on an in-person remonstrance. But either way, your neighbor has concerns, right? So I hope that if this permit's approved, that these concerns don't become a reality.
Do we have the ability to grant a 1 year?
If we have that option, yeah.
What do you think about that?
I don't have any problem. I mean, basing basing the 1 year on this.
I'm not, and let me add this.
It's a collection of
What
things.
if it's the layers?
I mean, we have to renew it anyway.
Right,
And so,
and it just seems like the layers of, we want this license or we want this license. Maybe if we take that 1 year and we see what it is.
my concern is that this board has taken a pretty firm stance, and we've seen it today, on its position that if you're under a 1-year renewal, and this is an issuance, that if you have anything happen, you're not renewing the next time. So
Those were pretty egregious, though, what did happen with this today.
correct, but I mean.
Not your people, the case earlier.
But I've been involved in
Sure.
ones where it was, a minor, and it wasn't even a minor that was served, it was a minor on the premises that.
Yeah.
So I don't want to put the Danvervilles in that situation, that if we don't anticipate any issues, they've got the training, they've run well, they don't have violations for serving minors and whatnot. It was an operational violation that we're trying to resolve with this permit. We have had public nuisance issues, but if something happens, I don't want to put them in the position that we wouldn't have an opportunity to come back and have a 1-year renewal potentially next year if, it's all.
Noted.
But
That's my concern on a 1 year now, is to really back them into a corner based on, hearsay and I think pretty weak objections.
I'm
based
really-
on prospective, violations that
But
they're going to happen.
if we take away the landlord's objections and we take away the objection of the neighbor, my issue is the nature of the violation under the CH permit.
Yeah.
Because I look at that as a complete disregard for the rules and regulations of the commission. Because you'd been notified twice not to have public events, and you had a public event anyway. Even though it was, I think, a year later, several months later, you very clearly knew you could not have those events on the type of permit you had. And I understand you've applied for a permit that will now allow you to do that. But at the same time, this is a permit that allows you to do a lot more than what you're able to do under the CH, so then you're getting more responsibilities, which means you have to follow more of the rules and regulations of the commission. And I don't know, I need to feel comfortable that you're willing to do that.
Yeah, I would agree. To whom much is given, much is required. So I think the 1 year puts us in a situation where it gives Suke the ability to prove to the commission that they really are going to run this business the way that they tell us they're going to run it. And it also, I think, as far as decision makers, puts us at ease that we didn't just, carte blanche to say, okay, go ahead and do what you want to do, because everything that Officer Sunier said is correct. The letters from the landlord and stuff, that is concerning, but again, they're not here, and they're kind of predicting some things that are off into the future. I think the 1 year puts us in a really good position for Suke to be able to step up to the plate and prove that they have what it takes to take on this level of responsibility. Because the other option, to be, really a stickler about it, is just to completely deny it. And we're not talking about denying it. We're talking about offering a 1 year. Yeah.
You heard all that. What do you think?
The one thing I would say about the event, the thing is that we didn't post it. We didn't post it online and say, okay, come in, and it was done. We rented out the space, and then the people did that.
So let me ask you a question about that.
Yeah, I have questions about that.
So you got a letter from the state of Indiana. Was that addressed to you? Do you know who the letter was addressed to? When they said they gave you the cease and desist?
I think it was to the permittee, it was to the business, right?
So you got that letter and you opened it. And what did that letter say? Do we know?
No, we talked to Mr. Officer Swallow.
So an officer came and told you and then said stop and...
Yeah,
And
that
then
was canceled.
It was canceled.
That was canceled.
It was nothing.
Yeah, I think y'all are kind of when we're asking very direct questions, and it's like in some instances we get direct answers, and in other instances, I think that y'all know the information that we're asking for, and it's more of an ambiguous response, which is a little bit insulting.
Which we're not trying to, to do that at all.
We're not trying.
It feels that way.
I think I asked you a poor question.
It feels that
I think I
way.
had a poorly worded
I
question.
apologize that it's feeling like that's not, so I wasn't involved, I looked at the information, my understanding, and Anna, please correct me if I'm wrong, the cease and desist violation was related to, there was the Haitian group, the Sexy Sundays, I think, they posted, they had secured.
But whose responsibility
It's
is
their
it?
responsibility.
And that's what we're here to
understand.
talk about today. So to continue to litigate who posted what and whatever is kind of a waste of our time.
Hang on, I need to
The
know.
point that I want to make, though, it wasn't that the Danbervilles, it's their responsibility, but they weren't actively publishing notice on social media advertising this event. It's that the buck stops with them. You understand
Yes,
that, right?
yes.
The Sexy Sundays, or the Haitian group that was advertising, they put it out. It was a violation. It was a violation of the cease and desist. They
Is that-
settled that and resolved it, and they're
But-
clear that they need to
I can
comply.
understand that, I just needed to know, is that what
Well,
occurred?
but I'm assuming that when someone comes in for an event, there's a contract.
Yes.
And in that contract, it tells them what they can and cannot do.
Yes.
So then they come in and they have a different event than what they've supposedly told you that they want to do. At some point as the owner, do you not look at this and say, hey, this is not what you agreed to. We need to shut this down and you need to leave my property. That didn't happen. They were allowed to have the event. So that makes it your responsibility. So you knew that they were having these events even after you were told directly from the commission, you cannot have these types of events.
But we never have, when we get those information, and that was like, that was canceled, that's never
See, I
happened.
thought that's what you were saying, it never happened.
That's never happened.
It happened
Oh, it
in the
did happen?
violation, but they hadn't had that since.
Well, I mean,
So there was a violation. This is the same thing that we were talking about the last
Yeah,
time.
back in 20, was this 25 or 20?
Can I approach?
Yeah, I just need some clarity.
Go ahead and enter. Are you going to enter as a remonstrator or?
Yeah, we're going to ask Mom, sure. If we can ask for a continuance, I've said her too much. IMPD has too many concerns. We were at the event, it was an under 21 event. There were kids there promoting the event. We showed up. That's what the cease and desist was about. Now, that was our concern at the time. I am very confused as an agency. We're confused. I just don't know how much more we can say here. My staff and I are squirming in the seats because we're very much concerned of what this location is going to be. Is there a kitchen there? Are they going to have a menu? Are they going to serve food? Are we doing, my concern is now they're going to have open events, and now they don't have to worry about the private events only as an event hall, but I'm just really concerned. I'm sorry, but we were at the event, it was an under 21 event. There was tons of kids there. There was alcohol on site. We went there, we said, hey, you guys cease and desist. You still have under 21 kids showing up for this big party. It was all over social media. It was very much concerned to us. Now, they said they didn't have the event. I was there, my staff was there with us when we actually spoke with her and explained to her, you have alcohol on site, you have kids in here, you have juveniles coming here for a high school party. We were very much concerned. That was my concern. Again,
That was the event that took place that they were told not to have. Yes. Right? Okay.
No.
So it did take place.
No.
when they coming, when they were coming, I remember we told Mr. Swallow that we're gonna have an event, like a college event that will be underage. And like he come like on Thursday, and on the next day when we told him that, he said, okay, as soon as we take all the alcohol out, we take all the alcohol out of.
That was a different one.
Yeah.
That was the one that the prosecutor. That's not what Kevin.
Okay, wait,
Let me
go ahead.
start from the beginning.
Okay.
The Sexy Sunday, they were, when Officer Swallow came in, he said, he gave us a cease and desist. everything was canceled. Now, while he was there, there was a group from IU that wanted to have a party under 21.
Okay.
So I talked to him. He said, okay, you can have it. We asked him, can we do that event? He said, yes, you can, but you have to take out, because the way our bar is, he said, take out all the alcohol, and which we did.
Okay.
When they came in, it seems like, because there was no alcohol that was supposed to be served. Now, when they came in, there was like, they came in, they didn't bring anything. We had food for 25 people and stuff like that there, but they didn't bring anything. They didn't even bring water. So I went out and got some water, and when I came back, that's when I met with Officer Swallow and everybody else. So that party was, that party was allowed to take place, because we took out everything, and there was also the fire marshal. They even had somebody stay in the premises to make sure that everything was okay. It was with the fire marshal. So there was nothing that we did that was not that Officer Swallow didn't say it was okay for us to do, because we were not serving alcohol.
But were people drinking at this event?
No, there was nobody drinking, and the fire marshal that was there throughout the night, he stayed there throughout the night for 4 hours, and we had to pay him, I don't remember how much, but we had to pay him for the hours that he came. So there was no underage. We never had any underage drinking. Never.
That's the event I was discussing.
But that was not the one that did.
That's the event you just said that
There was alcohol.
there was alcohol.
Where?
There was alcohol.
Under 21?
On the under 21.
We were not selling alcohol.
Then where did the alcohol
Still
come
on premise, and that was the event.
Inside
Where?
or outside?
Yeah, but we removed it because it was when I left to get the water, the people that I had that were there, the workers that were there, they were supposed to remove everything, and then there were about 3 bottles that was in the well that they didn't remove. So by the time I came, and it was the same time that Officer Swallow and everybody else came, and then when we saw that, we took it out. But there was nobody at the, selling anything at the bar or what have you. At the time, there were nobody inside the building yet.
Were they consuming alcohol?
No, there was alcohol on site.
Alcohol on site.
What she's saying
Okay.
is actually addressed.
Okay,
It was
okay.
It was a under. I'm sorry. No, I am perfectly fine.
Well,
I
we're
just
not
want-
going to continue at this
Yeah.
point. We've
No,
heard
my
enough
concern
testimony.
is just, we've sat here for so long, I'm confused as our agency, but if they're going forward with getting the 210, then they can do those type of events. That's the thing. But
Okay.
the party she's talking about, it was an under 21 event. It was alcohol on site. She'd been delivered to cease and desist. We went back up there because we saw the event was advertised, and we're like, how are they open if they have a cease and desist by the commission?
Okay.
And then if the alcohol hadn't been there, then obviously the liquor permit wouldn't even need
Right.
that there was alcohol still on site.
Okay.
As she's testified to, she went back and found the alcohol
Okay.
in the bar itself.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I would say, we want to make sure not only things are clear for you, but also for IMPD and the whole team. So, I mean, I'll commit that, you know, the license is issued, the recommended be issued today. We will sit down, Captain Carter's team, and Dan Wills, make sure that everything is clear, how they're operating, what they can do, what they can't do. We want IMPD to be comfortable.
Then let's
Got
do
a lot
this.
invested in this, and to your question about the 1 year to prove things, that will be up to you to prove that.
I think that's where we're at. I think I'll hold you to that. The meeting after the case, that has to happen. If you're comfortable with a 1 year,
I
I think
am.
that's, I understand your point too about the board, and you're not wrong. But I'll make a motion for a 1 year renewal. Puts it all on you. You said entertainment. You're like something and something and entertainment. That scares me to death, sir.
Yes.
I hope you can.
We.
Do you allow your employees to drink at the events?
No.
The employees that work for you, are they allowed to drink when there's an event going on?
No.
All right.
No.
We do our best. We got metal detector.
Yes,
No,
we
you
have
can't
two.
do your best. You got to do our best. Your best doesn't bother me at all.
Yes,
We've got a best here.
that's what we
laws
hear.
and
That's what we
policies, and
hear.
that's what you've got to do. So with that,
Do you understand the rules and regulations that go along with this permit? You
Yes.
clearly understand what you can and cannot do with this
Yes, and we
permit.
have our
Yes.
lawyers
Did
here.
You're surrounded
And
by
you were
people.
here at the beginning of the meeting with the gentleman earlier who was on a 1 year, had more violations and was denied. We do not take the 1 year very lightly.
and at the same time, I'd add it was it was egregious. So with that, I'll make a motion for a 1-year renewal. There's a commitment that the meeting will take place between IMPD and the owners. And do we have a second?
I second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Where was I? Calling RR 4943666, El Asadero Mexican Grill, Indianapolis LLC, doing business as El Asadero Bar and Mexican Grill, 6110 East 82nd Street.
We need to go back to the IIY. We started to
Okay.
call that when the guy from Tootsie's came up.
Yeah. All
Get
right.
sure after
Can I knock
this
this
one.
one out? Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
Mark Webb here on behalf of Jeff McKean, on behalf of.
Roman Ortiz.
Roman, nice to meet you.
Okay, so this is a Mexican restaurant that is going in the 6100 block of East 82nd Street. It's going in the Castleton Square Mall parking lot
I'm seeing a lot of that.
where an old Applebee's operated.
Good. Is this your first license in the state of Indiana?
Yes.
All right, we've got questions for you. Did you prepare this application yourself, or did someone else prepare it for you?
My lawyer.
You can say his name.
Sorry?
Mark Webb.
No, Mr. McKean.
Oh, Mr. McKean? All right.
Yeah.
Did you have a chance to review the application after it was prepared?
Yes.
Were all the answers contained in this application answered in a truthful manner?
Yes.
Is there anything you wish to add to the application?
No.
Are you the only owner of the business?
No.
Did you list the other members on the application?
Yes.
Is there at least 200 feet between your premise and any church or school?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you understand that an excise officer may enter, inspect, and search your premise at any time without a warrant?
Yes.
Are you applying for carry-out privileges?
Yes.
Are you applying for limited separation?
Y-
You have a
yes.
bar area in there?
Yeah.
All right. So it's an Applebee's. What's the capacity? Do you know yet?
It's a Mexican restaurant.
It's,
in an old Apple.
Well, in an old Apple. I'm just thinking of the space of an
Yeah.
Applebee's. So
It's
what?
280.
280?
Yeah.
Okay, how many employees are you going to have?
With, I'd say like around 25.
And do you
with
know
kitchen
the
managers,
rules and
customers.
you come with having a server's license and that you have the responsibility to make sure they have those and they're up to date?
Yes.
All right. What's your policy on checking IDs?
It's anyone that appears 40 and younger.
If I could for just a minute, I'm going to show you this document. Have you ever seen this before?
Yes.
Can you tell them what it is? Because I'm going to give it to them.
Yeah. It's
What is it?
It's a policy. Our policy.
It's a written
So
policy?
they have written policies
Good.
that indicate, if you'd like to take a look at them.
You took the time to bring. You got any questions while I'm all reading?
What are your hours of operation?
Sunday through Thursday, we open at 11 and we close at 10.
Close at 10?
Yeah.
Okay. And,
Fridays and Saturdays, it's 11 to 11.
11 to 11? Okay, great. Do you plan on trying to do any events or stuff like that, or is it just going to be restaurant bar?
No, just restaurant, bar,
Okay.
family friendly.
Got it.
Now, will you be managing the day-to-day operations, or will you have a manager in place?
I'll be there probably for the first couple of months, maybe like first 3 months of opening.
Then what?
Well, I mean, we have our managers as well.
You have general managers to run the
Yes.
place?
Correct.
Have you
What happens-
hired those managers yet?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Do you have managers' agreements on file with the commission for those?
Sorry?
Do you have managers' agreements on file with the commission for your managers yet?
He will, we'll make sure that those MQs, you're talking about managers' questionnaires. Yeah, the questionnaires will be on file with the commission before they open. I believe that the premises right now is not currently allowed to sell alcohol. Is that your understanding? It's just there's not anything in there right now, that they're not taking over. So so that means you're going to have to have you done the final yet?
I've done the final inspection because it was already set before we continued it last month.
Okay,
And there's been a request from Jeff to set this for tomorrow.
okay.
So
We can make sure that MQs are on file with the commission for whoever's going to run it. Right now, it probably
Right
will be
now.
him.
It'll be me.
Okay.
It'll be him initially, but then as it moves forward, before he starts to transition out, they'll make sure that they've got additional MQs on file for
Have you-
people.
have you actually opened, or what's,
No, we're just waiting on our license.
okay, so
we haven't opened.
then, as soon as the permit's been made active, you're going to open?
Correct. Yes.
So what's your name on the license? We hold you accountable?
Yes.
This part of you walking away in a few months, and that's a bad phrase, but you're going to hire a manager, and then you said you'll be gone after a few months. What's that look like?
I mean, I won't be gone completely. We have a couple more locations.
Okay, so this is your full-time industry, though, these restaurants?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we have a couple restaurants in Ohio and Kentucky.
Okay. Any further questions from the board?
No.
Hearing any? Nope. I'll accept the motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good luck, sir.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much.
Calling RR 4943679. Oh, no, you're right. I'm sorry. You guys are good.
Aye.
Yeah. Calling RR 4943477 IIY Construction LLC, location pending.
Can we hold that one back? We're still fixing a couple of things. Would you put
Okay.
that toward the end?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Then calling RR 4943679 Brassica, Indiana LLC, doing business as Brassica Sandwiches and Salads, 8702 Keystone Crossing, Suite 1B.
It's in the Keystone
Food
Mall.
court. Okay. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Clark.
My name is, I'll wait for you, Clark.
You're paying him.
Let's get it moving.
Clark Kirkman with Clark Quinn Law on behalf of Brassica Indiana LLC. With me is Darren Melhami, who is one of the owners. They are based in Ohio.
Yeah, so I'll take over. I've been in business, in the restaurant business for 22 years with my brother and sister-in-law. We're based in Ohio. We have, 16 restaurants now, 15 in Ohio, 1 in Texas.
Okay, so it's your first license in the state of Indiana?
First in Indiana.
It will be.
Got to do it. Did you prepare the application yourself, or did someone prepare it for you?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review the application after it's prepared?
I did.
Were all the answers contained in this application answered in a truthful manner?
They were.
Anything you wish to add to the application?
Not at this time.
Are you the only owner of the business?
No.
Did you list the other members?
I did.
Is there at least 200 feet between your premise and a church or school? Yes. Do you understand that an excise officer may enter, inspect, and search your permanent premise at any time without a warrant?
I do.
Are you applying for carry-out privileges?
We are.
I believe that, yeah, they did.
And do you have limited separation?
We don't have a bar.
Good.
Yeah, so this is in the, I believe, the old Mimi Blues space in the mall food court, the Fashion Mall. It's a counter, order at the counter style restaurant.
How's the alcohol transaction?
How does it transact? You order it at the counter along with your food, and we're serving it. We're putting on the tray as you walk away from the counter.
If it's alcohol, though, it cannot be served over the counter. It'll have to go to the table by a server.
Okay, we can do that. We're accustomed to do that. When you order fries or falafel, we give you a token and bring it to your table because we're firing it to order anyway. So It's not a problem from a service standpoint.
Policy on checking IDs.
Anybody that looks like they're under the age of 30.
Okay.
How does the carryout situation work?
We have an app that you can order online with, so you can order only our frozen margarita for carryout, and then it's in a, call it a Dixie cup with a lid, and we have a tape that goes over the lid that seals the top of it and the sides of it, so you can see if someone has had a drink in the car.
Got it.
Do you have an exterior entrance?
We do.
They do,
Okay.
yeah. And alcoholic beverage sales for this location are going to be like less than 2%.
Our average for Nebraska, for the brand is 1.6%.
How many violations have you had in your other stores?
Never.
Nice.
When do you plan to open?
Actually, we've experienced some construction delays mid-July now.
Okay.
Any further questions from the board?
No.
Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, all second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good luck, sir. Welcome to Indy.
Have a great day.
You too.
Calling RR 4943779 Isley Enterprises LLC, doing business as Greeks on 16th at 1601 Columbia Avenue.
They've requested a continuance.
Calling RR 4943801 Tapas Inn LLC, doing business as Tapas Inn, A Taste of Spain at 8215 Center Run Road, Suite B.
I sent you guys an email this morning.
With the timeline.
All right. Computer went dead on me here. Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Speaking of, can I borrow your charger?
Who's-
Can I use some of your charger?
Yeah. What do you need to do? Just have me take
Were
it
you
off?
both here and sworn in at the beginning of the meeting?
Yes.
I'm glad you have the pain.
I'm good. All right, let me get this pulled up.
Thank you.
All right, Clark.
Yeah, Clark Kirkman with Clark Quinn Law on behalf of Tapas Enye, Taste of Spain. This location is in the Castleton area on Center Run. It's sort of near Costco and on the opposite side of the street from the actual block of the mall. It's a Spanish tapas restaurant. Provide you with the menu. This is a project that's been in the works for a while. And they've been operating without alcohol and are ready to obtain their three-way permit.
All right. Well,
Tell us about tapas.
Well, it's they're small plates that we serve. We have both cold, both hot and cold tapas. There's shareable plates. It's really about a social experience while having good food. We also sell paellas, different types of salads, 4 different types of salads, and 4 different types of desserts. The menu's pretty small so that we can focus on the food.
They're open 4 days a week till about 10 or 11 o'clock, depending on the night. So it's a food-focused restaurant that, you know, they worked with they brought in a chef from Chicago to really get this, you know, hone this menu in correctly, and you know, they put a lot of work into trying to build something here in Castleton.
When did you open?
April of last year. We opened the doors April of last year.
This is not the first time you've applied for a permit for this location, correct?
Correct.
What happened the last time?
We pulled out because we were hurting financially.
Well, you may remember last year, we were here for OHSR Enterprises doing business as a stereo. We had, that license was heard this month last year, in last June. That license application, that renewal application was denied.
There's another guy from Chicago. Is that right?
No.
No?
Not yet.
So, this application was on for the following month, so that application had to be withdrawn. And they've been operating without alcohol ever since. We did, go through the appeal process at the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission, and actually were successful in obtaining, an overturn of that license denial. Their license was called in April, and their license at Asterio was renewed. They actually told me that excise was actually just at Asterio on Friday, and no violations were issued, so. What you're referencing, so after, their Asterio license had been denied.
Okay.
They've got this new project. They're staring down the barrel of losing their business at Asterio. They're trying to launch this new business. They made the decision to sell that business, and it was, so they contracted with, I believe his name is Michael, and he brought that application, which the sale was contingent on Michael obtaining the alcoholic beverage license. That was not approved, and so Michael walked, and they've been continuing to operate the business ever since.
Okay.
And then once the denial was overturned, that made them eligible once again. I encourage them to stick with the business. Let's play the process out, and we're here today.
What was your relationship with Michael Francione?
I know Michael through a couple of people that, I'm originally from Chicago, so I know Michael through, I have an attorney, I grew up with Pedro de Jesus, and he's my attorney, and out in Chicago, and we know a lot of people in the same circles. Michael's wanted to get into the restaurant business. From what I understand, he had some experience with his father, and we just wanted to sell the business. Yeah.
When did you begin talks with Michael about selling him the business?
About September of last year.
September of last year?
Mm-hmm.
And Officer Sunier, the hearing where Michael appeared, at one point, you made the point that Saul had appeared in an Indianapolis Monthly article, and that ran in October. He sat for that interview in July when, before that sale was contemplated. And so, they sat on it. They sat on that for 90 days before they ran it. So that's what happened back then.
So the Asterio was denied June 2nd.
It was June, yeah.
2025.
That's correct.
That interview took place in July.
The end of July.
And at that point, when you did the interview in July, you were still planning on continuing with the business?
Yes.
In your name?
Mm-hmm.
So then, why would Michael create his LLC with Indiana Secretary of State's website June 21st, 3 days after the commission denied Asterio's renewal, if you hadn't begun talking to him yet about buying the business?
What other purpose would he have for opening an LLC in Indiana at that time?
I'm sorry?
What other purpose would Michael have for opening an LLC in Indiana at that specific time?
I'm not sure. I mean, I know that we've been in talks with him since July.
This was June 21st, though, 3 days after Asterio was denied, that he created the LLC.
I don't know.
With the address of Tapizin as the address.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, this was a year ago. Michael was working with another attorney. I've never spoken with him in my life. So I'm not sure what consultation Michael had with that attorney to, as far as what steps might be taken. It's possible that our memories are fuzzy about what discussions took place when. But
So
we're here today.
I understand why you're here. You're here because you want College Plus LLC to transfer the license to you to be used in tapas.
Correct.
In a location at a restaurant that we denied transfer to for Michael Francione and Familia Francione from College Plus to him days after Asteria was denied.
Well, that was, I believe, November, so it wasn't days after Asteria was denied that all happened.
The creation of the LLC was days after the denial.
Mhm.
Which would have made you ineligible. The denial would have made you ineligible of getting the permit, which is why you withdrew the first time to begin with, because that would have been denied.
I mean, what I do remember from back then is that, that withdrawal for Tapas, for their application for Tapas did not come in the days happening after that local board hearing. I mean, there was discussion on what to do. I'm not sure.
I have the dates, so I can give you the specific dates if that will help refresh your memory. So, April of 2025, you signed a purchase agreement with College Plus LLC to transfer their permit to Saul Ramirez and Tapas N LLC. May 2nd, you submit a transfer of ownership and location for that permit. June 2nd, 2025, Astereo's renewal is denied by the local board. June 17th, 2025, the ATC upholds the denial for Astereo. June 21st, Familia Francione LLC is created with the Indiana Secretary of Indiana Secretary of State, with the address for Tapizin, 8215 Center Run. Then, June 26th, the appeal for Astereo's denial is filed with the Commission. July 7th, 2025, Tapizin LLC application is set for the local board here, and you ask for continuance, which is granted. Then July 14th, 2025, the withdrawal is submitted from Tapizin for that application. August 26th, then, College Plus LLC indicates during an escrow meeting with the Commission that the sale was still going through, that they believed it was going to be a different name on the paperwork, but the same ownership. September 16th, 2025, then a purchase agreement is signed between College Plus LLC, which is the same permit, and now the buyer is Familia Francione, Michael Francione. October 8th, 2025, the transfer is submitted for that application. October 27th is when the Indianapolis Monthly article runs, where it talks about the fact you've had liquor license issues that have delayed Ramirez's plans for spirits. November 3rd, 2025, Familia Francione LLC, Michael Francione, testifies to the local board that the lease is still in Saul Ramirez's name, and that Ramirez has been operating the business and will continue to run the business for at least the next several months. His application is denied based on false ownership. November 18th, 2025, the Commission upholds the denial for the transfer on that. December 11th, 2025, there's an appeal hearing for Astereo for the denial of the renewal. February 23rd, 2026, your appeal is successful, the denial is overturned, and you're allowed to continue to operate Astereo. Then April 8th, 2026, the consent from the same permit, consent to transfer is signed from College Plus LLC back to now Tapas N LLC, which is you. And then we're set for commission, for the local board for today.
But
Looking at that timeline, what that tells me is that you realized you were not going to get approved for a permit for Tapas based on the denial for a stereo. So you brought Michael Francione in to put it in his name for a business you were planning to continue to run. Is that true?
no.
Then what's the truth?
The truth is that we tried to sell off the restaurant because it just was not working. We have a lot invested in this project. So we tried to just go ahead and try to sell it off so that we can just cut our losses. Now, I've always reached out to Pete, my friend in Chicago, to get some advice on what we should do, not only with Pedro, but also with Mr. Clark, to kind of figure out what is it that, just get advice on what direction we might want to go. I don't know, and that's been all the time. Orlando and I speak, we speak to other people just to get a feel of how to manage even with everything that we do, because we're new in this. Everything that we do, we try to get some advice or just to figure out how to move forward.
What advice were you getting from Michael?
Advice from Michael?
Yeah, were you getting advice from Michael? At what point did Michael come into the conversation?
So at the point where we decided to go ahead and sell it, we had a couple of people that we wanted to go ahead and tell that we wanted to sell the location.
I believe Michael wasn't the first person that we talked to.
No, absolutely not. We had a couple of people that were interested in it. A gentleman who owns a Mexican restaurant on the northeast side. There was another person that owns a chain of Mexican restaurants. They liked the concept. They liked the room in itself. But they just weren't at the price where we needed to be, unfortunately. It was kind of like they saw an opportunity. They thought that they could get it next to nothing, and that's when they made offers, lowball offers, that we just kind of stayed away from.
And I will note, based on the timeline you just presented, that application wasn't filed for over 90 days following the denial from Asterio.
But here's my problem when I look at this timeline. 3 days. 3 days after the commission upholds the denial for Asterio, which makes you ineligible for getting another permit for the next year. 3 days, Michael Francione creates Familia Francione LLC with the Secretary of State, using the address of 8215 Center Run. So how do we go from within 3 days of the denial now, him coming in from another state to buy this business?
Again, I know that I talked to Pedro about where we should move, how we should move. What should we do on different things? Once we got our denial, we got our denial, I felt like it was, okay, it's over. There's no way. So we started to go ahead and make moves on how to sell it right away. Honestly, until today, we lose money on this business. We don't make any money. This is a passion project, right? This is something I know that would do really well if all the pieces of the puzzle were there. I feel this will work, and that's why we continue to go ahead and push forward with this. Once everything is together, it'll work smoothly. If you go on Google, the reviews on Google, we're at about 4.4 on 170 reviews. 4.4. It's not bad, and people really enjoy the room. I smile because people also say when they drive up, they don't think that that's the location, and then there's a liquor store around us, so they don't know where to go in. But when they come in, they see the room, and it's really beautiful. It's a really nice room, and it's nothing like they expected.
I'm not going to argue with the quality of your food. I'm not going to argue with the quality of the restaurant. My issue isn't with any of that. And had you simply withdrawn the permit, and then ended up after the denial was overturned, and then simply reapplied now for another permit, I probably wouldn't have any issue with voting for that permit. My issue is, I believe that you intentionally misled this board by attempting to put a permit into someone else's name so that you could continue to run that business and have alcohol there and do something indirectly that you can't do directly, which is by submitting false documents to the commission, which is a felony. That's my problem that I have with this application.
That's not the case.
Mr. Senior, and I have asked my clients about this specifically, and I would not have filed this application if I did not get assurances from them that that is not the case.
So what do you think? What do you think happened?
It sounds like he. I don't know. It sounds like he talked to someone in Chicago, and then that person may have started running with, potentially setting up, offloading this project.
So maybe they put the cart before the horse, these people in Chicago, so they just heard that there's something to be had and they moved forward. Is that what you think happened?
It's possible.
Do you think Michael Francione, who lives in Chicago, 3 days after the permit is denied, said, you know what, I'm going to buy that restaurant, so I'm going to create this LLC, use the address of the restaurant, in hopes that I would end up getting it? That's what you're saying? A man who told us during the board meeting that he's in trucking. He has no interest in restaurants in Chicago and no interest in any other businesses in Indiana.
All I know is what I've talked, what I've asked my clients. So I've never talked to Michael Francione.
I don't know about the food. Well, I know because it was what I was told was that he had some food experience. He's had some restaurant experience. His father owned a restaurant. As a matter of fact, his father owned a few restaurants. And I thought it'd be a good fit. It was a good price. It was something that he wanted to get into. And from what I understand from Pedro is that he had come down to take a look at the location and the market. And there isn't another tapas restaurant in the city. And that's what kind of, from what I understand, was the thing that kind of sold him on the business.
And look, you talk about 3 days, but it really is more like a couple weeks because, we had the local board denial. I mean, nobody had any expectation that that was not going to be upheld at the commission. Okay, so there's a couple weeks there. Again, I don't know.
That's right.
Don't know what our options are necessarily from a board standpoint. I mean, do I feel that someone tried to be cute and outsmart us? It looks like it. By the time you came out of that meeting and you knew you weren't going to get a license, I can understand why by the time you got to your car, you're saying, oh, I got to sell this thing, it's costing me money and I'm not going to get a license.
Yeah, that was me pushing that. I'm the finance guy, I'm the numbers guy.
Like, get rid of this, it's killing.
I mean, it's been killing us.
The flip side is,
They didn't own this license yet.
it wasn't there. But they knew they were not going to
Well,
get
no,
it.
they had paid money for the license, because that was back in April. I mean, they filed the Tapas application in April of last year. So, I mean, they had a contract to buy the license. It wasn't in their name, but, I mean, there was a contract there.
Yeah, there was a contract there.
Just how much alcohol sales could you do at this place? Why, it seems it's a big sticking point. You got to have a liquor license for this place.
Well, the chef, the dishes are kind of created to be paired with specific wines and of the region, right? So it makes a difference, right? And I say that because when we did the tastings, I mean, tasting the food now versus with the wines, the flavors are just, it's a different experience, right? So we believe in the product, right? That's what we've been taking a year of losses, right? Because we do believe in the product. And I got a little desperate when we didn't get our license with the stereo. I was like, we just can't continue, to hit our pockets this way, but we believe in the product.
So, but this thing is coming down to the trust they have in you. Were you involved in this timeline? And are you guys trying to outsmart really smart people? I mean, was anybody, you're not going to answer. That's the question, right?
Right.
What was your involvement in the timeline where these people are making decisions using your address at a time that works really well for them and you? First one, I've sat here a long time. I've never really dealt with anything like this. So I don't know what criteria.
For me, in my opinion, it's a clear case of a false ownership. Filing paperwork in someone else's name because the true applicant, did not qualify at that time to hold the license. And part of that is based on going back to and watching, in addition to the timeline, watching the testimony that Michael Francione gave in the November 3rd, 2025 local board meeting.
I remember him now, and it didn't make any sense, and
he didn't know answers to questions. He told us the lease was still in Ramirez's name, that Ramirez was going to continue to be part of the business for the next several months.
I mean, the lease was in it, the whole deal was conditioned on the license, okay? There was an agreement in place, conditioned on him obtaining the license. He didn't want to, put his name on, take an assignment of the lease if he wasn't going to get the license. So that's my understanding. So, would there have been a transition period, to fully get it into Michael's name? I guess so. But there was an agreement in place to sell it to Michael,
A written legal agreement?
Well, we had a verbal, and then he was going to go ahead and sign off on the sale, the day of the transfer of the license.
So in November 2025, when he came before this board, there was no written documentation on a contract that says.
There was no sign. There was
nothing signed saying he was going to do any of these things. It's all verbal. We're taking your word for it.
The landlord knew. We contacted the landlord just in case. Just in case we wanted to transfer the name of the lease on our agreement, our lease agreement for Tapas. So he was aware. But to answer your question, I mean, he was ready with a check. He was ready to sign. We were ready to move forward as long as the transfer of the license went through.
But so there's no written documentation that you could present to us to say, here was the agreement that said if the alcohol permit transfer is approved for Michael, all of these things will happen. He agrees he's taking over the lease, he's taking over the business. Like, you're telling me that as of that November hearing, when he was denied, all of those agreements were verbal.
So we did send him, Clark did draft up something for us, and we sent it over to him, and he didn't sign it. He wanted to make sure, he wanted to change the numbers a little bit on the payments, and he also wanted to make the first payment as soon as he was able to get over the hurdle of getting the liquor license.
Yes, I did draft something. I've asked up and down why he never signed it. He never signed it. But I did draft a document.
That said what?
To purchase the assets of Tapas. So that would have been the permit, that would have been the rights to the premises, everything in the assets of the business.
And when was that drafted and sent to him?
I drafted it, I have to look back, but it was in July.
And you went forward with it anyway, even though he hadn't signed anything?
Yes. This is the best offer that we had.
Why would the owner of the College Plus license indicate to the commission that they felt like you were going to continue to have ownership, but you were changing the name on the paperwork?
It's funny, I had talked to Ohm, who is College Plus, and he told me that he hadn't spoke to anybody on the commission.
So, yeah, you're saying that's what he said at an escrow hearing? Is that
An
right?
escrow
Okay.
meeting. Because this permit, once you withdrew your application, then the permit needed to go into escrow.
Well, it was always in escrow, right. I mean, it's been a location pending escrow
Either way, they're in
status.
an escrow meeting.
Yeah, so he's in an escrow meeting. I have no idea what.
Yeah.
Look, I know this is confusing, and I would just ask, my clients have been through, an ordeal to get this open. It's going to be a food-focused restaurant, open 4 days a week, closing at 11 o'clock. Would just ask that, that this board be, give us a little grace, understand the way, some of what Officer Sunier read sounds. We had an agreement, and if we could, just be given the opportunity, to prove ourselves at this restaurant.
To me, it's not confusing, though. To me, it's very clear on what happened. And you may have been through an ordeal, but that's an ordeal of your own making because of what was happening at the other location.
And on that, we have not had any problems at Asterio since February of last year. Excise has been in a number of times. We've not received any violations at Asterio. Like I said, they were just in last week. They were in a number of times leading up to the appeal hearing. And every time, the operation, everyone signs off on it, and there's no violations issued. Do you have any idea how many times Excise has been in since last June and last year?
But right before the appeal hearing, they came in a few consecutive weeks.
Okay. So,
resolution.
yeah, we do need to reach that point now. So because the state commission has come back and said, okay, they are able to have their license, right? Asterio is.
So originally, the commission upheld the denial.
Yep.
They filed for an appeal. There was an appeal hearing, and at the result of the appeal was that the denial was overturned and they're allowed to continue.
Yep.
So, had the denial been upheld and the appeal not worked in their favor, it would once you're denied for a permit, you're automatically ineligible for a year. So they're not automatically disqualified from having a permit right now.
Yeah.
The question is whether or not you feel like you should, if there's enough there to deny them based on whether or not they intentionally meant to mislead the board and the commission.
Yeah.
The other application. That's the
sticking point.
The decision.
Yeah. And it is a tough one because I can see, a lot of wires get crossed, especially when you have too many chefs in the kitchen. Basically, you guys are running a restaurant, but you have way too many chefs in the kitchen when it comes to the business side. So there is a reality in which people just kind of trampled over each other and did stuff on their own, and then there is another reality in which it was intentional. And it's hard. So I'm going to be the tiebreaker.
Well, I will say this, and just I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just a little nervous. Sorry.
Take a breath. You're all right.
I wouldn't put us through a situation in doing what you're saying we possibly did. I just wouldn't do that. I guess that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, all right, so.
You still thinking you want to vote?
Yeah, I mean, I'll call for a motion. If we have a motion, I'm torn. I do believe someone was trying to be cute. I think they thought they could outsmart, whoever. At the same time, I can understand some of that taking place. You didn't think you were going to get a license, or you didn't think you could if that, and so you're on your way back to your car, and you're thinking, I got to sell this thing. It's killing me. Boy, I think it shows that they're really good. And with that, I'm trying to decide, can you serve wine when someone's having a tapas sandwich? I believe you can. So this concerns me, but I know enough to know all the eyes are on you now. And it's because of this fishy stuff. You didn't have to do any of this. And stop calling people from Chicago.
And the thing that I was going to say, and I stopped myself, is
that's your big spot.
If I'm going to do something fishy, why am I going to get somebody from Chicago, which makes it look fishy?
But you did. I mean, I don't know. Call the guys at Hammond and see how that worked out. Here's what I'll tell you. I'm going to make a motion to approve, because I think you can serve alcohol and tapas sandwiches. And I think everybody in this state's watching you and just waiting for somebody to make some mistake. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve this license. Is there a second? Now,
Do we have the ability to do a 1 year?
I think I don't know. I think this is an up or down. Amy, you could weigh in.
We'll take 1 year. We'll show you what we can do.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I'm not going to vote to approve.
You want to do 1 year?
It does not look good at all.
We got to move on. It's 12:00.
But yeah, I would be okay with the 1 year, but it is a very delicate yes. This is not a super affirmative yes, because this does not look right
So
at
is
all.
that your motion?
My motion is to approve a 1 year.
I'll second that motion to get this meeting going. You've got 1 year, fellas, and everybody's watching.
Thank you. I appreciate
With that, is there... Huh?
You're going to call for a vote?
Yeah, so there's a motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye. And my denial vote is based on the fact I believe you intentionally We're trying to deceive the commission and this board by filing a false, or causing someone to file false documents, which is a felony. And there's no way,
Smoking gun.
there's no way in good conscience I could approve this permit.
All right, with that, a vote's been called for and held, and we move forward.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Jeez. Think about that the rest of the damn morning. RR 4943805, Squirrel's Nest Bar and Grill LLC, doing business as Squirrel's Nest Bar and Grill, 5560 Brookville Road. Please let this be straightforward.
It wasn't gonna be, but.
Oh, okay, I remember you guys.
Good afternoon.
I
Hi.
remember everything so well. I don't remember anybody.
I'm an elephant.
All right. Get me back on track.
Yeah, Nick Boyles with Bradford and Riley, and with me I have Tammy Rexroth and Yvonne Navarro, owners for Squirrel's Nest. So this was continued last month due to concerns about ownership, that Yvonne's husband was potentially involved in the ownership.
You, Yvonne?
Yes, yeah. Based off of a social media post of him outside the location. So we did have a meeting with Officer Sunier at the location. We have some additional documentation to show, he has no involvement. We have an affidavit signed by her husband, stating and notarized that he has no involvement, has never had any involvement in the ownership, management, or employment of the location. But we are happy to answer any questions, concerns that the board still has on that.
I assume you were involved in these conversations.
Yes, so I stopped the meeting last month because I had some questions that I didn't really think she would want on public record during a public meeting. So we sat down, the four of us, and had a conversation. After that meeting and the discussion we had, and we were there probably over an hour, I would say.
Yep.
I feel comfortable that Scott, her husband, is not involved in this business.
That's enough for me.
Yeah.
We had already gone through all the questions, though, in regards to the license and their ability and their process, and so we were comfortable with that. I remember the gentleman on the video, so we were not uncomfortable with that. You've had a meeting, and you feel that we're in good standing?
Yes.
That means that carries it to me. Okay, so then are we prepared to call for a vote?
I just want to put on record, right, you're testifying under oath.
Under oath,
Yes.
Scott Keene is not involved in this
No.
business in any way.
Not at all. He's actually barred from the facility.
All right. So we
It's
need
one thing to have a conversation with me, it's another thing to testify to that under oath.
Yes, yes.
all right, so then we just call for a vote. We've done everything? All right, well, with that, I'll accept the motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good luck, girls.
Thank you.
Okay, calling RR 4943808 or Indianapolis LLC, doing business as to be determined at 231 and 235 South Meridian Street.
The DBA is going to be Old Red.
Old
Oh,
Red.
Red, I heard about this.
Yeah.
There's irony in that, because that dog was law enforcement, and he went chasing the girl, and he didn't do his job.
Hey, we all have our shortcomings, right?
That's right. All right, sir, what's your name?
My name is Ron Carrier. I'm Vice President of Food and Beverage for Opry Entertainment Group, which owns the brand of Old Red.
Okay, and, I'm sorry, you said your role was?
Vice President
Vice
of Food and
President?
Beverage.
Okay.
Yeah, Food and Beverage.
First license in the state of Indiana?
It is.
All right. Did you prepare this application yourself, or did someone else prepare it for you?
Someone else.
Did you have a chance to review the application after it was prepared?
Yes.
Were all the answers contained in this application answered in a truthful manner?
Yes.
Is there anything you wish to add to the application?
No.
Are you the only owner of the business?
Yes.
All right. Is there at least 200 feet between your premise and any church or school?
Yes.
Do you understand that an excise officer may enter, inspect, and search your premise at any time without a warrant?
Yes.
Are you applying for carry-out privileges?
No.
Are you applying for limited separation?
I don't really know what that
It's a
means.
bar area, 21 and over only, and that's how
The
that
whole
is?
place is restaurant and bar, so.
So it's 21 and over for the
No,
whole
it's
place?
not. It's family friendly.
So,
When do you plan to open?
Not till Q4 of next year.
Okay, so I don't want to get too deep into the woods right now, but after July 1st, the limited separation
Law changes.
Law changes.
Got it. Okay.
So,
Yep.
yeah.
Well,
So they'll be good no
they'll
matter,
take care of
okay.
that part. Big space, isn't it?
37,000 square feet.
Yeah, so what did the fire marshal give you?
We haven't gotten it yet because they haven't built it out yet.
It's gonna
Because
be
the
a lot.
Historic Commission, we have to keep some of the walls in place, but it's probably going to be close to about 1,600, I'm guessing.
Which building
But we
is
wouldn't
this?
seat that many. Our capacity would be closer to like 600 or 700.
Envy is what it is, oh, the old Envy, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
This is not the first one, am I correct?
The first Old Red, no, we have 6 currently.
You have 6. And how long have you had these?
First one opened in 2018. We have them in Florida, Nevada, Tennessee, and this will be the 6th.
And how
3
many
in Texas.
violations do you have on those other licenses?
None.
None?
None.
All right. Policy for checking ID?
Absolutely. We're a publicly traded company, so we have SOPs for everything. So, yeah, we have full.
People to be fearful of, shareholders.
Exactly.
Good.
And we have our own internal auditors that come around and check us on a monthly basis. So.
Good.
To the Planet Staff Live Entertainment.
Yes.
Will it be all country music? Will it be different genres?
So our model will be all country when it's just house bands, and we do music from open to close 7 days a week. Now, we do ticketed events every now and then, and that could be rock, southern rock, things like that, but 98% of our music will be country music.
So you're new to the state, you're clear on the rules and responsibilities that come with this license in Indiana?
Yes.
Any further questions from the board? Hearing none, I'll accept the motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Welcome to Indy.
Thank you very much.
And I will give you my card.
Yeah, and call for the inspection. It'll be about a year from now. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Calling DL 4934537 Family Station LLC at Bros Management Incorporated at 2304 Madison Avenue. Nobody's moving.
There was no sign posted for this one. Anyone here for Family Station LLC? Yep.
Calling RR 4943864 Stick and Hack Broad Ripple LLC, doing business as Stick and Hack, 4560 Ocean Street, Suite 100. What is this?
This is a golf facility.
Oh, sure. Stick and Hack, that's good.
Thank you.
Nick Royals again with Bradford and Riley. With me I have Adam Grubb, who is the owner for Stick and Hack Broad Ripple. Mr. Grubb does have another permit up in Hamilton County, same setup with the Stick and Hack. It's located in Fishers. So similar operations. It's an indoor golf facility with the simulation, the golf simulators. So yeah, opening up this new location at 46th in the Monon, basically. There's those new apartments that were built just along the Monon that have some retail space in there as well, so taking over one of those suites.
How many violations in Hamilton County?
0.
How long you been there?
Year and a half.
Okay. How does the alcohol transaction take place inside?
It's a bar.
So bar area?
Yeah, bar area, full bar area, bar equipment, all that.
Okay.
Is the facility 21 and over, or is it open to everybody? Okay.
Yeah.
What's your policy on checking IDs?
Under 40, obviously, immediate check. If there's any violation on that, there would be a write-up internally. This is part of our SOP, write-up internally. On first offense, retraining. Second offense is immediate termination.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you say when you plan to open?
3 weeks.
In
It's,
3 weeks?
mhm. If all the construction finalizes.
No, I really don't have any questions. I'm fairly comfortable here. All right. Do we have any further questions from the board? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Calling DL 4934546 Bottle Shop 49 LLC, doing business as Bottle Shop at 4901 North College Avenue. Yeah, all right.
Do you have your paperwork?
Do you
Do you have your paperwork?
I didn't, the notice I received in the mail didn't say bring anything. I thought, because I'd submitted everything.
I'll go ahead and have you come forward then.
Yeah, come on.
Is this your first location in Marion County? Is this the first location you've had in Marion County?
In terms of a packaged liquor store?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to give you this packet. There are 4 documents that are required in Marion County. The 3 of them are not required in other counties, and we have to have them before we consider your application.
We have 4.
So you're going to be continued
in other counties.
to the July meeting.
Listen, I
Read all of these instructions thoroughly.
I'll ask her after.
Yeah.
Number 1 is the compliance or the affidavit for the sign posting.
I did that.
You did that. You need to leave the sign posted, change the date to July 6th.
Okay.
The 3 other things you have to do, you have to send a notice to your neighbors. This is where you get the list of neighbors that you have to send the notice to.
I guess that was the confusing part in terms of the neighbors. How many neighbors are we talking about? here?
Anybody that's registered, so they're registered neighborhood organizations. This agency will give you the list
Okay.
that's required to be sent to you. You have to do that 15 days prior to the meeting. You also have to get this tax form sent to revenue and get an approval back from them.
I did this.
This is, you did the one with the application, right?
I did the property tax one. I did the
You did one that
tax clearance as well. I did
one that looks exactly like this?
I mean, it was a while ago when I did this. a couple
Okay,
months ago.
so my guess is, so the one you submit with your application is not the one that we need today. This
Okay.
is a separate one.
Okay.
This is a specific form we need. The address is on the second page for where you need to take it to. I need their approval.
Okay.
So don't bring this back without taking it to them first. And then the last thing is zoning. You need a zoning approval, which comes from the Department of Metropolitan Development, which is 3. There's a form in here you'll fill out, get it notarized, send it to them. It's their approval that I need back before we can hear you. Okay?
Thank you. I'm pretty sure I did that as well, but okay.
If you did, you would need to have them with you today, because the commission doesn't accept them, the processor doesn't accept them, they know you have to bring them today.
Okay. And so July 6th.
July
Same
6th.
9 a.m. town meeting?
9:30 in this room. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, last one in transfers, calling RR 4943617 PWW Indy Downtown LLC, doing business as Hooters of Indianapolis, 3110 at 25 West Georgia Street.
We have.
Did you handwrite that, G?
Yeah. We have to go back up to IIY, and then we got to go back up
There.
to Indy
Something up.
Wings in the news. Thank you.
Yeah, Indy Wings, yeah,
Yeah.
got it. I'll knock this one out.
Good afternoon. Lisa McKinney.
Oh, it is afternoon.
I know, I'm sorry. Lisa McKinney with Bose McKinney and Evans.
Hi, I'm Madison Smith.
Hi, Madison.
And she is the...
General manager.
Yes, general manager. This is DW Restaurant Holder, went through bankruptcy, and PWW Indy Downtown LLC purchased them out of that. Nothing is changing at this Hooters, which is just this one right downtown.
Just a corporate restructure.
It's a well, yeah, they purchased it, but it's all, it's the same employees, same training that's involved. Anyone who were to attempt to sell is immediately terminated. They card everyone at this location. They have cameras throughout the location. I should let you talk.
Do you have any violations?
No, keep going.
Do you have any violations?
No.
So you've had your license a long time. I lived here 20-some years. You've been there the whole time.
Yes. Well, yes.
all right.
I haven't been there the whole time,
Yeah.
but.
Yeah. But there's nothing changing.
No.
Bankruptcy, you guys bought this thing, you're keeping the staff, the location, the policies. We didn't have problems before. We won't have problems in the future.
Correct.
All right. Everybody comfortable?
Yep.
All right. I'll accept a motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Sorry. Thank you.
All right, moving on to violations.
No.
Oh, you're right. You just
Go
said
back to
this. All right, we're gonna go back to new. You want me to start with IYI?
Yeah, start with
All right,
IYI.
going back to transfer, RR 4943477, IIY Construction LLC, location pending.
My client is just texted, he's finishing up at Department of Revenue with his clearance.
You want us to hold on to that one still?
Yeah.
Okay.
please do. Thank you, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
All right, then, going back to new applications, RR 4943709, Chahan Enterprises LLC, Indy Wings at 3623 Shelby Street. There he is.
So I received the email, but I still don't have, I received the email, but I still do not have all of the required documents. I still don't see the approved tax clearance. You want? That's the zoning, but I need the approved tax clearance form. Do you want to take a quick break while I?
Yeah, let's do that before we go into violation.
Yeah.
She'll wrap this up. We're going to take a comfort break. Be back 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
I, this form, right here, is you yeah. But it seems, we sent it to them, but they have not seen it. I think at this point, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna continue to July, so that way you can bring in all the paperwork that you're supposed to.
I think that you made
Okay, so I don't want to waste any more time with, any more of the board's consider the other one meeting. So I'm gonna continue you.
I'll never forget, my public meetings peaked in my life at that point. That's all downhill from there. Okay, calling the meeting back to order. All the same rules apply as previously stated. We will move into violations. Oh, God, are you kidding? Really? All right, RR 4905850, Mon Amy Incorporated, doing business as Silk Show Club at 3512 Madison Avenue.
I think we may have one in the bathroom, but
Yeah.
we'll come up.
Oh, I got a violation. You're waiting on somebody else still?
Yes.
No problem, no problem. Have a seat. All right. What was it? All right, Amy.
There are two violations.
Yeah. There you are. Who do we have? Silk, but it's under
Yeah, it's on Monami.
Monami. You guys pack lunches.
Do you want, I have an extra
Oh,
one.
fine.
I got two.
I usually eat once a day.
I knew this was gonna go long. I had to grab some.
I will.
You guys.
You did. You warned us. That is. I usually eat once. All right. What a day, huh?
He said he's coming. He just texted her and said he's coming out. For a 10-minute break.
Sorry about that.
Figure 10 minutes and then out. Got stuck at check-in. You just see one outside for a second. There he is, there he is.
Sorry, that's not downstairs. I'll go ahead and have you sit here.
Mark, is the mic on?
The green,
No light on?
at the bottom, little green light.
Yes, the little green light is on. Actually, maybe I should, I'm gonna have you sit here.
Were you all present at the beginning of the meeting? Were you all sworn in?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Mark, we'll let you lead.
Okay, thank you. Members of the board, Mark Webb, Indianapolis, on behalf of Monami Inc. This establishment had two violations, one in October of 2024 and another one in January of 2026. Since that time, the establishment has done a number of things. It has gotten rid of the problem individuals. It also now has gotten a scanning system, a card ID scanner, which will help deter underage people from coming in there, trying to come in. They have significantly beefed up their security, and they also have put one dedicated employee constantly on supervising the bar, so that watching the bartenders, not just a bartender, but a supervisor of the bartenders, to make sure that we don't have these issues. Also, approximately 3 weeks ago, I believe, we met, had a productive, what I thought was a productive meeting with IMPD to discuss changes that we were making, that, and to try to show them tangibly that we're trying to move forward and we want to get things right because we don't want to lose the business. And so I have...
Yeah, let's get into the report here.
Well, before we do that, can we identify everyone?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Jonathan McKinney.
In your relationship to the business?
I work as security.
Okay.
Jennifer Alexander, I'm the owner. Yolanda Fagan, I'm bartender.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, so you're here for 2 violations. Let's talk about the specifics. What happened?
Which violation?
We'll go with the earliest one first.
January?
No, the earliest one was the 24 violation. This one right here. That's the one, and this is the one that was settled. Right there, there was your settlement.
Sales stand, toxic person.
Right.
Right. So I guess there was over-serving. That the bartender no longer works there. We let her go. I don't know what the original container required, what that means.
That means that you're allowed carry out.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Letting them carry stuff out.
Okay. Yeah, I think somebody snuck out with a beer bottle, but they didn't take it off the property. I believe it was found on the sidewalk.
They can't walk out your door with
Yes, I
alcohol.
know.
You don't have to carry out. So this investigation began due to a fight and a shooting in the parking lot. What happened there?
It was closing time. It was a group of people inside. They went outside. They had liquor in their trunk. I don't know, words were exchanged out there. I guess a guy was trying to protect another girl from, I guess a guy was trying to hurt her or something, so he tried to protect her. I really don't know the whole situation with the group, but some of them were together, some of them weren't, and a shooting.
Are these all patrons? Were there employees involved?
No employees were involved.
And are your entertainers contracted, or are they
Yes.
employees? They're
Yes, ma'am.
contracted?
Yes.
Were any of the entertainers involved?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so people are in the parking lot, patrons come out of the bar, they get into an argument in the parking lot,
Yes.
a fight ensues, and it leads to a shooting?
Yes.
Is that what happened?
It was a younger kind of crowd too, so.
Were you there the night that this happened?
Yes, I was. I was in the office. Closing up, counting. You know, it was end of the night. And then I was told somebody got shot, so we called the police immediately.
Sorry, I was looking through the report. One of the concerns that Excise had was that some of the people involved were highly intoxicated.
That were involved. I personally don't think they were that highly intoxicated, but.
Yeah, according to what's in this, them reviewing the video of what was going on inside, they seemed to be extremely intoxicated. And then there was a conversation had with you where you said you didn't think anything was wrong with people being tipsy.
I don't recall saying it, but if I did, it was probably sad of wrong. I didn't mean it that way. It was probably meant in a different way. I probably didn't mean it like that. I probably meant it like people come in and drink, but I didn't mean like they're okay to get intoxicated. But
According to officers watching the video, there's several of the patrons showed signs of intoxication. What are the signs of intoxication?
slurring words.
Okay.
Walking, staggering, taking forever to get money out. They
Okay.
need to. Eye contact.
Well, several of them were slurring, for sure, were slurring their words. And then there was a female that fell off the stage.
No, she didn't fall off the stage. She got served 2 shots, and then it was like 15, 20 minutes after that, she started showing signs of intoxication. She stood up on top of the stage part. She didn't fall off. We told her to get down, and then we told them that it's time to go. It was closing time.
The report says that white shirt female and striped shirt female are observed standing on the stage dancing and throwing money. White shirt female loses her balance and partially falls off the stage. She and striped shirt female are then observed dancing with the entertainer. The owner then tells them to get off the stage. So she must not have fallen off all the way, but she fell partially and got back up.
Well, I mean, they were also involved in the fight outside, and IMPD was out there, the ambulance were out there. They were, I guess, allowed to drive off the lot, so they apparently must have thought that they were okay. Because the female that was on the stage, she got into her vehicle and left the lot.
Just because someone gets into a vehicle and leaves doesn't mean they were intoxicated. And at least at the time of the video, they were showing signs of intoxication, which you've been trained to identify.
Correct.
And the signs that are stated in the report are the same signs you just indicated to me were signs of intoxication, so you know what to look for.
Yes, ma'am. But I wasn't I was in the back closing up, so this was at the end of the night. I guess they were just, I thought they were just smiling out, having fun, trying.
Were they regulars? Because
No.
the report says that it appeared that they were Alexis, the bartender at the time, that they were friends with her.
I don't know if they were friends with her or not. She hugs a lot of customers that come in. I don't know if they were friends like that. I don't think they were. But again, I don't know what they do outside of the club. So I don't know who she associates with, honestly.
How long have you had your license?
My family's owned it since '84. I took over about 4 or 5 years ago.
How many violations do you have under your leadership?
Just the 2.
Just these two?
So
There are a lot.
both of these reports reference the same entertainer, the same person.
Yes, ma'am.
Alexis Gabaret?
Gabaret.
What's her relationship with you?
She's worked with the company for like 8+ years. She usually a good girl, quiet, doesn't drink normally, doesn't do drugs, just comes to work every day. So she was a solid employee.
Is she still employed?
No.
And she was an entertainer at one point?
She was an entertainer before, and then she started becoming a bartender, was a bartender for a few years, and then went back to entertaining.
What was the reason from going from entertainer to bartender?
I don't know. My brother was in managing then. I don't know. He put her as a bartender, trained her as a bartender.
And as the bartender, she was the one that overserved these people that evening?
Yes.
So after you received this violation, or you were made aware of the violation and the fact that there were concerns about sales to intox, did you have a conversation with her?
I let her go as a bartender, and then a few weeks later, she asked if she could come and dance instead. So I okayed it because she's been there so long, and she's,
Different responsibilities, I guess?
Yes, yes.
Which leads us to the second violation then. So she comes back as a dancer, and what happened?
So she had had a customer there. She was leaving for the night. She went to the table where he was sitting at to say goodbye to another patron, and he said something to her. I have no idea what he said to her. Set her off, and she hit him.
Hit him with a bottle?
Yes, ma'am. Repeatedly, and yeah.
So the incident did not involve her being overly intoxicated or anything like that. What happened was an emotional breakdown, actually.
You were there when this happened?
Yes.
Were you bartending?
Yes.
That's what I was going to ask.
But what happened was, like she said, it was the end of the night. She was getting ready to go home. She had already put her clothes on. She had her bag, getting ready to head out the door. She went to go say bye to a regular who was there at the table with the person that she assaulted. When she was talking to him, saying bye or whatever, he was asking her how she was doing, because at the time she was going through a really hard time. She had just got burned out of her house. She just found out that her dogs were okay, everything. She was literally kind of like homeless between places because she was staying in an Airbnb. And when she was leaving, the guy said to her something about, why are you leaving? You shouldn't even be going home. You're actually, you're homeless. You need to be staying at work trying to make some money since you're homeless. And it just kind of broke her. And it had nothing to do with her being intoxicated, but she was just going through so much at the time. She just kind of emotionally broke. And that just was the straw that broke the camel's back that day. And she's a good girl that had a rough day, and here we are for it. So.
But I went ahead and just terminated her. I had to, set an example, for zero tolerance, so the other girls can see, hey, it doesn't matter how long you've been here, you do something like that, it's not okay. It doesn't matter what he said to her, it's not okay. And I see that.
So she hits him in the head with a beer bottle, or in the face with a beer bottle, and then punches him 2 more times in the head and then leaves.
I didn't see the punching part.
I can only go by what the report says.
If that's what it says, then yeah.
I don't remember her hitting him in the head. I remember when she hit him with the bottle, she threw it across the room.
Yeah, it was a beer bottle.
And
She hit him 3 times.
and snatched her bag and walked out. I don't remember seeing the 2 hits.
The portion of this report says, at the start of the video, the victim is seen sitting at a table with a male patron and an entertainer. At the 51-second mark, Miss Gavarette is at the victim's table with her belongings. She is seen giving the male patron a hug. She then walks towards the door but comes back to the table. The victim is seen motioning to her to go away. She leans over the table and says something to the male patron. She is then seen picking up the victim's beer bottle and striking him in the face with it. She then punches the victim 2 more times in the head with her hand before walking out the door.
I don't know. I know she hit him with the bottle 3 times.
Yeah.
So that might be the all-inclusive thing. Maybe they didn't.
Maybe they thought that she hit him once.
That she punched him, but it says she hit him with the beer bottle.
So she hit him with the beer bottle 3 times.
She hit him with the bottle 3 times.
So either way, we're in agreement, she hits him 3 times.
Yes.
Whether
Correct.
with her fist or a bottle.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
So then we jump to when the victim comes into your office, Ms. Alexander. So then what happens at that point when the victim comes into your office?
He came in and I saw him and I was like, what happened? And he said, he called her excuse my fat bitch. And, I was like, what did you say? What happened? He's like, he just was screaming, yelling, mad, called the cops. I was on the phone with somebody else at the time. He's like, you gonna call the cops? I said, you call them, because I was trying to hang up the phone that I was on a phone call with. So I was like, go ahead, call them. So.
Do they come back to your office all the time when there's a fight?
No, he actually brought me there because I was at home. I was ill that day, and he was like,
You know the guy that got hit
yes,
with a
I
bottle.
did. Yes.
All right.
Yes. So he brought me up there. I didn't drive because I had a broken hand at the time. So.
Okay, so he gets hit in the face, either beer bottle or hand, has blood, so an obvious wound. Comes back to your office, asks you to call for police, and you tell him to call himself. You as the
Well,
owner.
he said, do you want me to call, or are you going to call, or do you want me to call? And I said, go ahead, you call. Because I was trying to hang up the phone. And then I was also trying to get a hold of Alexis to find out why she left the scene, but she wasn't answering the phone, so I was trying to get her to come back, but she turned her phone off, so that kind of.
Did he ask you multiple times to call the police?
Well, he was, yeah. He was saying, do you want me to call, or do you want to call? Do you want to call, or do you want me to call?
And
I don't.
you didn't think that that was something
Yeah, I
you
should have. I
do?
should have just picked up the other phone, the wall phone, and called. Yes, I made a mistake.
It comes across.
It was just a shock that.
Yeah, it comes across in the report like you
seen
didn't want to
anybody like
be
that.
in the middle of this, because at the beginning of the report it says that you didn't want to be a witness, like you didn't want to testify to this.
It kind of scared me, honestly. I've never seen anybody bashed like that. It scared me, honestly, and I didn't know what to do.
But you know what kind of business you're in.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Right, and that these type of things do tend to happen sometimes when you're in a business where you are dealing with all of these different stimulants at the same time, and in it being your responsibility as the owner to rectify the situations as soon as they happen.
Right. I agree. It was just kind of scary because he was my friend, and seeing him like that, it just kind of startled me, and I didn't know.
But for me, like, if someone I knew personally, that would be all the more reason to
jump
call
in.
and to call quickly.
But I know them both, so I was trying to find out where she went, why she did that.
And did they get into it before? Because it also says that he had, on the video, they hear them say that he had asked you to fire her, which is your choice to fire or hire whoever you
They
want.
always go back and forth, just bickering.
But they had been into altercations before.
Just talking trash to each other.
Is he your accountant? Who is he? What's he?
No,
is he in
he's
your
just
life?
he's just a friend, a patron.
Like a boyfriend?
No.
Were you there that night?
No, ma'am.
So when
You got hired. Let me get. You got hired after all this happened.
I wouldn't say immediately after, no, but I have been hired since all this happened, yes.
So, can you?
Can I ask one more question before we move on?
Yeah, go ahead.
When was Alexis fired? When did you tell her she was fired?
A few weeks ago. But after that happened, I suspended her for like 2 or 3 weeks, and then she came back, and then I just felt like, I'm trying to move forward and implement the this policy where this stuff's not allowed. And letting her go kind of sets the ground for the rest of the girls to understand, look, she's been here for a long time.
Did she do something else recently that precipitated that, or was it in, preparation for coming into this meeting that you decided you needed to let her go?
No, it's just, I just felt like she was kind of, honestly, I just felt like she was being a little...
She hit somebody who's in
Yes.
your establishment with
Correct,
a
and
bottle
I just
3
felt like
times in the face.
she was just kind of like, I can do no wrong in here. That's the attitude I kind of vibed off of. Maybe she's feeling like I can do whatever I want in here. And
Well, I would think so, because
Yeah.
if, this happened at the beginning of the year, and it's June,
Yeah.
right? So it's like she's still
after
allowed
having
to...
the meeting with IMPD, it made me realize, they're right. I don't even know why I have her here. This is
Was she still
completely
employed? So she was still
ridiculous.
employed when you had that meeting?
Yes.
Was she working when they came in?
No.
But you still had her employed?
Yes.
And what conversations did you have with them during that meeting?
With
IMPD?
We were just talking about, how she does come to work every day. She's been coming to work every day, and she does make money for the club. And, I'm low on dancers, so I kind of kept her there as a loyalty kind of thing, and trying to be a nice person, but I don't have a,
But you realize she didn't care about you, obviously.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what
you're
they
looking at two
said to
public
me.
nuisance charges because
That's
of her.
what she said to me, I appreciate your loyalty to your dancer, but it's not a two-way street. And it made me think. It made me really think about it, and I was like, she's right.
Because
They don't care. If something happens to me, they don't care. They'll just go somewhere else and get a job, and it doesn't matter to them. So it made me think about that, and I appreciate her saying that to me, because it really opened my eyes.
Right.
So, all right, so from a security perspective, can you give the board an idea of what security's doing both inside and outside on these busy nights in an effort to mitigate the possibility that we will have encounters like this?
So typically, what we do is we run kind of like a multi-screen system. We have someone that stands at the door to make sure before anybody comes in with a physical pat down, as well as a device search with a wand to make sure that there are no weapons. That is what happens as soon as they come in the door. As well as at that point, that's also when we're verifying with the scanner to make sure that they are of age and making sure that IDs are current, they're not expired, anything that would be a breach of the contract that we have with the board as far as a liquor license. Once they're inside of the building, we have someone that was, as we spoke earlier, that's monitoring the bar area, not a bartender serving, but someone that is monitoring the bar area. As well as we have a direct communication with like a walkie-talkie device between each other. So that way, if something is seen on camera while we're in another sector of the area, we can immediately go without having to track each other down. It's an immediate communication, hey, can you go check this out? As well as we're doing regular, sweeps of outside the building as well as inside the building, as well. I call it a travel path. We're constantly traveling to make sure that we're keeping eyes over. So we not only have the video, but we also have the physical body being there as well. And that's not limited to, but including, the exterior egress of the building, the smoking areas, essentially the only areas that we're not patrolling as the male people is where the dancers are getting dressed out of respect for the dancers getting dressed. Now, a female bartender or the owner will go in those areas as well frequently to check and make sure, so that way it's that commonality of respect for the dressing room.
Do you all have but private VIP areas?
Yes, we have 2.
Okay, and what is your process of patrolling those or securing those?
So typically, a female, whether it be Jennifer or another female on staff, will watch them via camera just to make sure that they're staying inside of the guidelines of what they're supposed to do in those areas. And then at that point, once that guideline is crossed through the walkie-talkie, we will reach out, or she will reach out, or whoever female is on staff will reach out to a security officer, and then we will go in there and either A, warn it if it's not a super bad thing, or B, we will ask the person, hey, you know, it's time to go because you've crossed the guideline that we have set inside of this building.
When was all this implemented?
Most of it's always been implemented, but the newest stuff that we have is the scanner. I bought a new wand because the other one was kind of getting faulty.
But we were made more aware of the things that we needed to improve on and implement when we had the meeting with the IMPD. It just kind of really opened our eyes to like the empty spots that we had that we should have been covering, that we felt like, okay, well, we're doing this, we're doing that,
Tighten up.
but we just, needed a tighter security system or a tighter communication between everybody there to make sure all those bases were covered.
And how long have you been on staff?
Probably about 2.5 months, maybe.
And you're there every day?
Not
or
every day,
Or you
no.
and your staff,
Yes,
I guess,
yes.
are there every day when
Yes,
you're open?
yes, ma'am.
And if we could talk about the bar for just a minute. There were some questions raised about service of intoxicateds, questions about that. How is the bar being operated now to ensure that we are not serving people that exhibit visible signs of intoxication?
Well, one of the things that, when I came, I've been there since November of last year. One of the things that I'm constantly on the security that we have is if you see somebody trying to enter the premises that already looks intoxicated, we are not allowing them into the premises. So that is, I've been in the casino business, so I've been in hospitality for 28 years. I'm not a young one. I know what, intoxication looks like. I've been in management for table games, so I know that there are going to be people that we have to cut off. We have to look for those signs. And so at the bar, I'm constantly making sure that, we're looking for the signals, like are they asking us too frequently for a drink? Can I get another shot? Can I get another shot? We remind the people that are on staff that a shot an hour, and if we go less than that, they need to have water in between or some kind of like hydrating fluid like cranberry juice or something like that we're going to make sure that they're on top of, so that we don't have them overly drinking, so there's something that pacifies them between those shots, so that we still can keep the business but not overly intoxicate them. So with that being said, we do make sure that we have communication with the people that are at the bar. We do make rounds to the tables that are out there, people that are sitting out there at the tables, because sometimes, there are people that are at the tables that want to get drinks for their friends, and, we have to monitor that, because the person that might come to get the drink is not the person drinking it. They might take it back. So we have to still, keep our eyes everywhere. We want to make sure everybody's safe and that, we don't have the problems that we used to have. And since I've been there, the only issue that we've had was the one with Alexis and the bottle, and that was, again, not a point of intoxication. It was an emotional breakdown that she had because of whatever previous experience that she had with him. It had nothing to do with the actual bar over-serving or anything like that. So we've been kind of on top of that.
Are you full-time?
Yes.
You are? Are you?
The only day I don't work is Sunday, and we're only open Wednesday through Sunday.
Okay. Are you in role of a manager or just bartender?
No, I'm just a bartender, but I'm pretty much kind of like the house mom, and I do cover and open. So.
All right. You ready?
Can you add anything else? Oh, corrective action plan. Did you
Yes.
submit a corrective action plan?
We did.
So one of the things the commission has started doing when locations have significant violations is to submit a corrective action plan. Mark, you want to talk about some of the things they've agreed to? Do you need it back?
No, I've got one.
Okay.
I've got one.
That they've agreed to in order to move forward. You want, go ahead.
Well, yeah. What the commission has started asking for these corrective action plans in situations where the violation and the resolution of that violation coupled with the timing of the renewal, the date of cycle of the permit, if you need more than one 90-day extension to get everything done, then we know that we need to get corrective action plans on file, because all second and subsequent extensions now go before the full commission, and they decide whether they'll issue it. And so we filed this corrective action plan. We made commitments. In it, the commission discussed this corrective action plan at its meeting of May the 5th, I believe. It was the first Tuesday after we filed this thing, and I think Monday was May 4th.
Yeah, it's got a stamp on May 4th.
Yeah. So anyway, they discussed it, then went ahead and said, okay, sounds like they're addressing things. We'll go ahead and issue this second letter of extension. And so that is where we currently are.
All right. All right, with that, and an eye on the time here, I feel comfortable with the content shared, and I feel like I have a position. Do you two have any further questions, or no? All right. So you were here at the beginning of the meeting. I think you can do a really nice job. You got a lot on your hands, and then this whole thing comes down to you, and you got to wake up. You were here for the Carlson guy, and there's a last name Carlson. Is there any correlation between the two? All right. You're on thin ice, and I don't know how else to say it. If we had given you a 1 year before, then this would have been an easy denial. I think the young lady in question, there's a lot of things going on there, but I can't spend a whole bunch of time worrying about what's going on in her life. You have to run this business, or you're going to lose this business. And you've got to put people around you that are going to help protect you if you can't do it yourself. So for my own comfort, I could go no further than a 1 year, and that'll be my motion. I'll make a motion for a 1 year renewal, and you're on thin ice. Is there a second?
I'll second a 1 year renewal with the same comments.
Yeah, we won't do this again. This is the 12 months. So there's a motion and a second for a 1 year renewal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so that's 3, but I'm telling you.
Yeah.
No more.
And to echo what the other two just said, we cannot tell you who to hire, we cannot tell you who to fire, but I do think that you would definitely benefit from someone helping you in a management position, possibly, something to think about, whether it's her or someone else. I think you might be in over your head with the day-to-day stuff, and I think someone could help you. You'd benefit from that, but that's just a suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mark, you.
Calling RR 4904646 Buckeye Beverage Corp., Connors Pub at 6331 North Ferguson Street.
He's got a pending violation, so he'll be continued.
Oh, is that every month now?
That's all right. That was going to take another hour and a half.
Yeah.
All right. Calling RR 4987071 Sakura Seafood Incorporated, doing business as Sakura Restaurant at 7201 North Keystone Avenue. Yeah, you got to kind of duck, pal. Watch your head. Oh, gosh, I saw it coming. You all right? Nick?
Yep, Nick Rose, Bradford Riley. With me, I have Mr. Iwamoto, who's one of the owners there for Sakura. This was a violation that occurred with a service to a minor. It was a compliance check. So Mr. Iwamoto is familiar with the violation. He was not there at the time, but we did discuss this where it seemed there was they close after lunch, right? And
No, just before closing.
Just before closing time, that the came in, the waitress was trying to, get things processed quickly, and it did.
It was excise?
Yes.
Oh, they're good.
And she did not check ID and completed the transaction. Ms. Iwamoto has been through, training with the rest of the staff as well, reminding everyone she has remained on staff because, it is his belief that it was an honest mistake, but she has gone through training with her and the rest of the staff. ID checking is incredibly important, and everybody's kind of on notice for that. So this is the Sakura location as well. That's there at 71st and Keystone. It's been there for 30 years.
39?
Yeah.
Have you owned it the entire time? How long have you owned it?
I'm just vice president, but what's that?
How long
have you been vice president?
36 years.
Yeah, 36 years.
36 years?
Yeah.
This is the first violation.
That's what I was getting ready to ask.
Yeah.
So first one in 36 years, you retrained. Your employees understand the importance of checking ID? Yeah. All right. With that, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve and just tighten up when it comes to the ID checking. So.
Yep. Motion to approve. I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Calling RR 4904389, RCI Dining Services Indiana Incorporated, doing business as The Pony at 3551 Lafayette Road.
The rest requested a continuance?
Oh. Is that next month?
Yeah. Yeah, we will hear them in July.
Got it. Calling RR 4988385, The Bar Group LLC, doing business as Memories Bar and Grill at location pending. I thought that was out there, isn't that in Pike?
Well,
no.
They're taking the permit and putting it in escrow to transfer.
Okay. And then we got to hear the violation before they can put it in escrow?
Well, no, it's renewal for them, but we approved a new permit a couple months ago for that location.
Yeah, okay.
Which month would this be in? Because it's not in June.
Oh, you don't have it?
I know it's in here somewhere, but I'm like, which month do I need to look at?
Is it under bar group? You see it under bar group? If not,
I don't see it under bar group for June.
I'll forward it to you guys.
Sorry.
Were you both here at the beginning of the meeting? Were you
Yes,
sworn
Lori.
in?
Correct.
All right, Mark, well, yeah, you get it, so I'll help you out. Who are you and what's your relationship to the business?
My name is Ken Thorpe. I'm the owner of the business.
You're the owner? Sir, who are you?
I'm his controller, and I was part of the business when we were trying to sell it.
Got it.
This is Charles Watkins.
Walker.
Charles Walker, and Charles is kind of the business, the one who helps Ken run other businesses.
Got it.
So, all right, so we are here.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Nah, she sent us the violation report. You're fine.
All right, so this is an unfortunate situation.
They all are.
But this is particularly unfortunate situation. They sold this permit. They had a contract for sale, everything to sell the permit, and to a lady by the name of Tanya Davis, who is unfortunately known to people in the industry. They did not know. They did not know.
Got it.
They sold, and shortly after they sold and assigned the lease to their establishment to her, problems immediately arose. Okay? Excise had to step in, and notices were sent, but they were sent to the establishment because the idea was that Tanya Davis was the new owner, so she would get those notices. The permit had not yet been transferred, but unfortunately that paperwork was not in place, possibly as it should have been, with copies to, etc.
So they didn't find out for a while that there were problems. I'll let you go ahead and kind of bring them up to speed as to how you guys found out you had a problem on your hands.
Well, I mean, obviously, I think my partner had a conversation where excise had called in reference to Tanya Davis. Again, we were not unaware. We had been in that establishment, running that business for about 15 years, so without any problems. And I'm kind of hands off in the sense that I have several other businesses that I also run. So I thought that was in the box until we found out the situation with Tanya Davis. The only thing that we're trying to do at this point is put the license in escrow, and so that we could eventually
sell it to somebody who can handle it.
Correct. And to that degree, honestly, Mr. President, we went, they put it into escrow and went location pending to remove it from that address so that it could not be operated at that address, because obviously whoever was they were going to lease that to, they wouldn't have had any control over it. And so the thought was just put it in escrow and take it away from that address.
So then from the board's perspective, we're trying to figure out if, do they have anything to do with the violation in front of us, or does it all fall on that lady?
Well, I mean, I guess when it comes down to it, they do have something because they were allowing her to operate on their
Right.
permit, but did they have knowledge of what was going on?
Right.
And is it to the extent that we shouldn't allow them to renew and...
But you're not going to run it. You're going to renew it, you're going to put it in escrow, and you're going to sell it.
It's in escrow and it's location pending, so it cannot be operated.
All right. And so then when you guys had it, did we have any problems?
No.
All right. You sure? You shook your head funny.
I would say no problem, sir.
Okay.
Well, he's like that sometimes, but no.
No problems with you guys.
What are your plans to sell the permit, or your plans to open up somewhere else?
Well, my plans are really to sell it. I mean, like I said, I run several other businesses. I have a couple apartments, buildings that I just built. As you come into downtown on 16th Street, I have a healthcare company that I built to like 700 employees. I mean, I got a lot of other stuff going on. So at this point, just want to sell it.
Do either of you have any other alcohol permits? No.
Well, I had the building next door as well, winging it, but sold that as well. So,
Oh,
like I
because
said,
it had a liquor license, you're saying? It had a beer or
yeah,
something?
it had a liquor license as well, but I'm with no issues as well. But like I said, I'm trying to move on now. So,
What happened when you were made aware of the issues with Tanya Davis? How did you handle that? What happened once you were made aware?
oh, I mean, basically, we told her that she couldn't operate any longer because of these issues, and I think at that point, I'm not sure what she was doing because she had another location, so that's why we didn't know it was an issue, because she already had another location. So
She defaulted on our purchase agreement, plus she got evicted from this location by that landlord. So the combination of not making payments to us on time and then getting evicted by, there was no way for her to operate that any longer. And
So she got evicted from the Memories location currently?
The lease had already been transferred into her name?
Okay.
Okay.
and she defaulted on our agreement as well. So even before.
Got it.
Anyway.
Because we did hear from somebody else coming in that was going to go and operate that, and they said that they didn't know. We asked them, do you know Tanya Davis? And they're like, oh, I don't know her.
Yeah, but she bought an unrelated permit, so there was an unrelated permit transferred into that address, which is why this one had to be put into escrow with location pending. You can't have two permits with
At the same place.
Yeah.
Got it.
All
Okay.
right. Okay. With that, do we have any further questions from the board? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I make a motion we're approving to be able to move this. Okay, yeah, I make a motion to approve.
All right, I'll second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good luck, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Calling RR 4934931 BSL Entertainment LLC, doing business as the Patron Saint, and we've got a remonstrator. That's at 250 South Meridian Street. We will have a remonstration. I assume he left the green light on for you, but at the bottom of this little, the microphone, no, you have a seat, pal, you're fine, you're fine. Right here on top of the desk. Yeah. It's on, you're good. And then you guys will be good, and I'll explain to you the process as soon as they sit down.
Pass that over to them.
There you go, we'll pass that down to remonstrators.
Was everyone here at the beginning of the meeting?
Yes.
Were you all sworn in?
Yes. All right, so just a breakdown of kind of the process, so you're aware. There's a violation report. So we're gonna come to you first, and we're gonna ask you if you know why you're here. You're gonna tell us all the reasons why you think you got a violation.
Okay.
Your attorney, you'll talk to the board, we'll ask you some questions. Then when we're done and comfortable there, we'll go to the remonstrators. We'll give them a chance to explain to us why they're here to remonstrate. We then come back to you, and you get the final words. You don't have to answer their questions, you have to answer ours. We may make their questions our questions if they're good questions. Outside of that, we'll call for a vote at the end, and that'll be it. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
Good.
And just please bear with me here, I've got a lot of moving parts.
Before we get started, why don't you all identify yourselves and your relationship to the business?
My name is Slater Hogan, and I'm one of the partners in BSL.
Randy Allen Harveth, one of the partners in BSL as well.
My name is John Larner, and I'm also one of the partners as well.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's afternoon.
Fair enough.
1:30.
I've worked hard for that.
Yeah, this, I jinxed it, didn't I? Clark Kirkman with Clark Quinn Law on behalf of BSL Entertainment LLC. My clients have introduced themselves, but they are the owners of the Patron Saint located at 250 South Meridian Street, right across the street from Brothers, so right in the heart of South Meridian Street. What is the Patron Saint? It's recognized in the community as Indiana's premier house music venue. It's hosted international DJs and Grammy Award-winning artists, some of which have actually submitted letters of reference today, letters of support. Many have performed to go on to play places like Coachella, Lollapalooza, and it draws travelers from all over the country and even internationally to come see people perform at this intimate venue downtown. They're a member of NEVA, which is the National Independent Venues Association, and they try to add to downtown as a cultural experience, and its cultural experience is a modern, internationally minded destination. They're also recognized in Indy as a LGBTQ community safe space. And if you turn to tab A, this is the product of literally 2 seconds of Googling, just a Reddit thread from last Pride, people asking, hey, where's the good LGBTQ safe spaces in Indy? And Patron Saint was right at the top of the list. They've been in operations for about 8 years. Prior to last year, they had a notice of violation for a floor plan alteration that kind of was COVID related, and then I think maybe something with EBT signage, not having their EBT sign on their ATM. So prior to why we're here today, really it had a good record. And just to be clear, Patron Saint's actually 2 spaces that operate on one license but independent of each other. Like there's so on the street level, there's the Saint Shack, which is sort of just a run-of-the-mill, like a bar. They serve hot dogs, they've got slushies, and then the Patron Saint, which is the nightclub, is on the lower level. So you go down an exterior stairs to get to the Patron Saint. So it's 2, they're connected, same ownership, same operation, but they are operating 2 spaces. They host a number of fundraisers every year. for Habitat for Humanity, and we can tell you about others. They actually participate in IMPD Community Outreach Day every year. They've given away a lot of lunches on for SNAP recipients, particularly back in COVID. They were trying to help people who needed a meal. And they're supportive of downtown Indy community programs and charitable events. They're members of Visit Indy Chamber, and are a frequent convention space for people to rent the space for convention parties, parties related to the convention scene. As far as the ownership itself, so Brandy's experience, she brings the running the bar and restaurant experience to the operation. She's been in the industry for
20 years.
20 years.
Mm-hmm.
She's ran other places. She's always had a good record with excise. And then Slater and John, they're both are the music expertise. They both toured internationally as DJs. And then just a little bit of flavor. If you look at tab B, this is Slater in the Indy 500 a couple weekends ago. He's posted up at the Pagoda playing music for the whole speedway from 9 a.m. until the pregame race stuff started. And then, actually in tab C, about 5 years ago, Slater and John actually teamed up with Live Nation to build a new space out in the Murat, the Amber Room, and that's tab C. Our bartenders are all very experienced. My clients tell me that they love nothing more than cutting people off. It's one of their favorite things to do. They've always meticulously maintained their employee permits, never had a violation with that. They've demonstrated to be a very professional outfit. All their security is trained. They use ID verification scanners, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. Their security's gone through de-escalation training specific. They found a program out in California a little while ago that's geared specifically for security. So they've gone through the Surf Safe training, then the de-escalation training. And then actually just this past May, last month, patron saint, they underwent an additional training from a group called the Safe Bar Network. They're the first bar in Indianapolis to receive this training. Safe Bar Network's a nonprofit focused on tailoring, training staff and using active bystander skills and de-escalation to proactively prevent overconsumption, harassment, and other forms of harm. Interestingly, so there was an all-bar meeting a couple months ago with the new downtown district commander named Shane Foley. And Commander Foley asked bars, recommended that they get this training and engage the Safe Bar Network. My clients had actually already set up that training, that very training, and then they were able to partner. They brought in, what was it, Kilroy's?
Kilroy's is on the books to get training, and then Tin Roof and Teeny's and Rabbit Hole are supposed to be. They're in talks. I don't know if they have anything on the calendar or not yet.
Okay. And so and this training is, and I've got some materials in here as tab D, but it's a 4-hour-long, all-day, hands-on, role-play, active style training. So not just your 2-hour lecture, but a much more comprehensive set of training. And so this is something that my clients got for their entire staff just last month. They do bag checks and metal detectors at entry, and then they have IMPD working Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for off-duty employment.
So where's the bomb? You give me all the good stuff. I know. Where's the bomb?
I was actually just getting to that, President Graves. So last September, we had a very unfortunate event that happened at the bar. Where
Can I stop you, Clark, real quick? And I apologize, just to kind of for consistency.
Yeah,
You've been around a long time, but I'd like to hear it from the people whose name's on the license. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, so we were not there. It was on a Thursday night in September, so we were not there. And it happened really early, I guess on Friday morning, like it was like 2:45, 2:50 in the morning. And I'm home sleeping, and I hear my phone ringing. And usually, we might get texts late at night from a manager saying, hey, everything's closed up, but if the phone's ringing, I'm like, I better answer it and see what's going on. And our new assistant GM, Billy, was on the other end, and he said that there had been an incident with Antoine, who was working the door. And at that point, he didn't really know what happened, but he was like, I think Antoine shot somebody, and you should probably get down here as soon as you can. And I live very close to there. I think it's like maybe 10 minutes away. I would say I was there probably by 3:30 in the morning. And when I arrived, I spoke with, there's a female detective. I don't know what her name was. But she informed me what had happened. She informed me that Billy had told her that the cameras weren't working, and she felt that he was like maybe not being cooperative with her. And so I told her that he was, pretty new, and that we did have some cameras that were out. And I showed her on my phone what the different views of our cameras are, and showed her that 2 of the cameras, in fact, weren't working. But then she was like, well, we only need these views. And I was like, okay, great. You're welcome to, basically get them. And she said that a search warrant had already been issued by the time I had gotten down there. And I was like, well, we can wait for that if you want. But I was like, I have no problem with letting you in. In the past, when we've ever shared camera footage with a detective, if somebody says that their purse was stolen or something like that, and a detective from IMPD has asked for the footage, and I've been the one that's had to do it sometimes, I've downloaded the file, taken it to IMPD, they load it in the computer, and it doesn't usually work. The file that I've downloaded doesn't work. So I just told her that I didn't really feel comfortable trying to download it, and if her computer guy was coming, her technician was coming soon, that it's probably better to let him have his way with it. And so we went down in the basement, and then as soon as we were in the basement, I immediately gave her access to an employee binder that had all the contact info for Antoine and whoever else that they needed. And I felt that she eventually Brandy arrived as well.
Yeah, I woke up and looked at my phone and saw the missed calls, and so went to I'm close as well. I'm 10 minutes away in Fountain Square, so I drove there immediately to help assist with anything that needed to be assisted with.
And then the story that we were told was that, so Antoine, I know it says the patron saint because that's what we do business as, but as Clark explained earlier, the upstairs is called the Saint Shack, and that's the restaurant bar, and that's where Antoine works the door at, which is separate from going down the steps to get to the patron saint. Okay. And on Thursday nights, we never charge a cover upstairs at the Saint Shack unless it's like New Year's Eve or like maybe on a Final Four Saturday or something. But during the week, we're never charging a cover up there. We were told that these 2 female customers had tried to enter, and that Antoine tried to charge them a cover. And they were like, there's no cover up here, and they had gotten into some type of argument about it. The other security that were there that particular night said that the dispute didn't trigger any warnings of like, oh, we better get involved. Like, it wasn't physical, but it was a verbal confrontation. The women were allowed still entry into the bar. And then we heard that they came in and they got some food and some drinks. And then it was pretty slow that night. So Billy had made the decision to close early. So it was like 2:45 when he closed, and he started doing the registers and whatnot. So he was inside behind the bar, kind of helping the bartenders get all the closing duties done. And then, somewhere in between the 2:45 closing, and then I think the report said 2:55 or something like that. He said that they had noticed Antoine was no longer in the building. He had exited the building at some point and walked down. Do you know where Jovito is? Like Jovito's like on the corner.
It's right down the block.
It's like Old Claudia Irish.
It's a couple businesses over from ours.
Yep.
So he had ventured out and got into an altercation with those same 2 women that he had gotten into the argument with in the club. We heard there was a male person with them. I don't know if he was in the bar at the time or if he met up with them at some point, but whatever the altercation they had out there on the street led to Antoine pulling out a gun and shooting. I think one of them got shot in the foot, and I didn't hear what happened to the other one, but
Now, the cameras you had, did you say he's in the bar at one point helping clean up, then he's gone? Then the cameras capture what happened, where he left? Or?
So the camera footage is outside the front door, and it maybe stretches to about the curb, and then doesn't really go left, and doesn't really go right. So if you went right to go down the stairs, then you would have to switch to a different camera that we have down there that looks up the stairs, but he wasn't on there. Javito's to the left of our building, so the assumption is he left and exited, and went left towards that area.
Who hired him? Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Who hired him?
Our general manager.
Are they in the room?
No, he had a baby this morning.
Yeah.
So.
He had a baby?
Yeah.
Doing better than me.
Yeah.
How long had Antoine been employed?
10 months.
And is it normal policy? Was he just a doorman? Or what?
Yeah, he worked the same station every night. He was an employee for 10 months. He was never late, never missed work, showed no signs of, any of this occurring as an employee. We did later find out about his background. Obviously, when all of this happened, we were not aware of it. We now implement full checks for employees.
And is
from the
there a
result of this.
policy for doormen carrying firearms?
No firearms are allowed in our building. No, we have signage up. We don't allow firearms in the building. We wand,
Do you wand your employees?
We do now.
We do bag checks with them now as well?
Yes.
What a
Yeah.
society.
Was he open carrying, was it on the outside of his clothes?
No one knew that he had a handgun. No.
We don't know if he went to his car to get it.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Because anyone that's entering the building would walk by him. So, I would think that someone would have saw it and said something, because he works at a door that literally on the door says no handguns allowed. So.
What were his duties as assigned? He's hired. What's he supposed to do?
Checking IDs.
Check IDs.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously if there's like a fight or something, then help the other employees?
Yeah.
And
He's a bouncer, a doorman and a bouncer.
Correct.
And he, the law changed at July 1, and, this was September, and he had obtained his employee ID in accordance with the new law.
The
that
permit.
security had to have an employee permit.
Yeah.
And so my clients, in going over this, they made the decision when they set up the bar that they wanted to choose their own security, be hands-on with their security. So they hire, they don't have a contractor, they hire themselves. Antoine was the brother of their head chef, and they asked, and so he put in a good word for Antoine. They hired Antoine. He worked there for 10 months, and like they said, by all accounts, had been a fine employee. And then this inexplicable, terrible event happened, and we're all very relieved that no one was more serious, killed. So,
what has been the communication, if any, with the shooting victims?
With who?
With the shooting victims.
We have not had any direct contact with them. We received a letter from their attorney maybe a month after the incident that was like a letter just stating to, I don't know what the correct term is,
like
Clark.
a notice of intent to, file a tort claim.
I was going to say, I've got an attorney would tell him not to contact the victim anyway.
Yeah, that would make sense.
We passed the letter on to our insurance company. And,
Got it.
Yeah.
You
Just
have
wondering.
someone employed as a bouncer who could potentially go hands-on with someone and you don't check their background?
Or ask what year they were born. There's also saying in the report you didn't ask for DLB. So nobody had the proper information to be able to do a search on him.
He filled out the, like an employee application and did the safe serve and everything. I was told at the time that it was illegal to do a background check without written consent from someone applying for the position. Clearly, we have them sign that now, and we do the full background check. But, yeah, at that time.
There's no excuse for not checking the background, but, I mean, it's something that we have to live with now. We've changed how we do that.
Most people check backgrounds?
Yeah.
I've had to have a background check for every job I've had. I've also worked in the restaurant industry for a long time before I got into my new profession. So that was a regular occurrence, is having to have some sort of background check.
Yeah. What's the name of the company we use now? Do you remember?
I believe it's called, I want to say Safe Check. I'm not, it's a international background check, so we pay, I think it's like $30 to $50 for each potential employee to do a full background check.
So, so number one, we're not saying that Antoine wasn't a good, he was a bad hire, okay? We acknowledge that. We have changed our policies to make sure that we're, doing everything we can to learn about people we bring in to work with patron saint, particularly security. I will note that if you go through the arrest history that is in the incident report, the vast majority of those charges were dismissed, not, like exonerate. I mean, the only convictions for which he had actually been found guilty and served to some probation was like a possession of marijuana in 2015, and then another possession in 2010.
So the other charges, and I am not a legal expert, but the other charges seem to be of a violent nature. So if there was a situation where the victim did not testify or didn't go on the record, that would create a scenario in which those cases could be dismissed. Am I correct?
Yeah, there had been something in 2015. That was.
At some point, he had a conviction for a felony because one of his charges in 2021 was a felon carrying a handgun, which means, so he wasn't.
He would have had to be a felon.
Which was dismissed. I mean, it was dismissed. I have all the.
But the point is, they charged him with that, which means he had to have a felony to be charged with that to begin with. A felony conviction at some point.
He was charged with a D felony for receiving stolen property in 2010 and received 1 year probation for that. So I think that's what it pertains to. And look, we are not, this is not the road we want to go down.
You're the one that started it, though.
Well, I'm just pointing it out. I'm just pointing it out that, I'm not sure what the background check would have picked up when most of these charges were dismissed.
I think the bottom line is we didn't do a background check, so it's definitely our fault. So to sit here and argue what charges he's had or didn't have, I don't know if that's really
had we done
it.
Right. I would say it's not helping. It's not helpful.
Yeah.
Now, there was another issue that same night in that same report that had to do with a minor, correct?
That was like the following week.
Okay, so that happened on a different night, but they're both in the same report.
Within 7 days of each other. The two incidences happened within 7 days of each other.
So what happened that night?
So on that one, we had a fight upstairs in the St. Shack that was, usually if there's like any kind of like skirmish, it's usually just like two people starting to argue and we escort them out or we catch it. But this turned into a little bit of a bigger, like more people were involved in it. And we were told that one of the girls that had started that instigated the fight was under 21. I think is it Detective Swallows? Richard Swallows. Yeah, Officer Swallows. Yeah. So Officer Swallows told us that she was under 21. So we went back to look at the video on that, and she walks up to our door guy, and our door guy just like escorts her in and whispers something to the other door guy. So I don't know if they knew each other, or I'm assuming that he
It would appear that there was some sort of connection there, the way the report reads.
And then we fired both of them. I think it was that Sunday morning.
We fired, 5 security guards the night of that incident. Yeah.
And they're all employees, right? They're not a contracted.
Correct.
They were
security
W-2,
company.
Yep.
hourly.
Yep.
Golly, that's interesting. I mean, on one hand, my mind says you'd want to hire your own. I understand why you'd want to hire your own. I can fire you, I can use you to work for me. But now you've done that, and it's got you in a spot where, I don't know, it's a tough. The security components of these meetings seem to be showing up more often.
So
Yeah.
in California, not that it's relevant to this case, but in California, you have to get a permit to be a bouncer. So that's that class that we found online is a course that's like a 16-hour course that they have to take to even be a bouncer out there. So.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, could I jump back in on, so we worked extensively with the commission and the prosecutor on resolving the violation. You know, the settlement, we were closed for 2 complete weekends, a total of 6 days, 2 Thursday, Friday, Saturdays in a row, and paid a civil penalty. In working through that settlement, we entered into a corrective action plan with commitments signed by all 3 of the owners. And, you know, we came up with, you know, a bunch of different things to, you know, to help try and address any lingering matters that, you know, that are happening at the bar. So what do those entail? Number one, we've come up with a different way to like have people exit the bar, and so we're not exiting people out onto South Meridian Street anymore. They're exiting out another door, and you, Slater or the others can chime in. But the officers, the IMPD officers that have been, you know, working at this bar have really thought that that's made a huge difference in terms of just having anything happening on, like just commotion outside of the bar.
So prior to that, people were going in and out the same door?
That's correct.
So
Now there's an entrance only.
So we have the entrance to Saint Shack, and then right on the left is the stairs to get down to the patron saint. And so we have the line for the patron saint stretches south along the railing for the stairs, and then the line for the Saint Shack would stretch north. But as people were entering and exiting, because that's our only exit option for the patron saint as well, is to go back up those stairs. And so when everyone's kind of leaving at once, and you know, it just kind of created a big cluster out there, and it was kind of hard to get your eyes on what really was happening on that. And so we've kind of cleaned that up, so it's much more manageable out front.
We've also decreased capacity by 20 at both locations and cut the hours back. You know, the Saint Shack now is closing at 2 a.m. Patron Saint's not limited.
And we stopped letting people in at 1:30, and then the people that are in there can obviously stay, and then at 2 o'clock. So it's about an hour and a half of time that we've cut off on that one, on Saint Shack.
And again, you know,
When did you do that? When did you start that?
Yeah, so I was going to mention that all the correction plan that he's talking about right now, we actually implemented that on September 20th. And I sent an email to Sergeant Hassan. Is that
Hassan,
Sergeant?
Commander
Is that
Hassan.
correct?
Commander
Yeah,
Hassan.
Hassan, yeah.
Former commander.
Yeah, sorry. So, and we sent him our correction plan on the 20th of September, and then there was one other officer on that email. I'd have to pull his name up. But we had kind of done all that before even realizing we were going to have to go speak with the state commission at that point. I don't even think we had received our violations maybe yet at that point.
Correct.
Or,
and then one other thing that we actually worked with the prosecutor to do. So I learned about Fort Wayne and some success that Fort Wayne has had with their bars getting together to coordinate their band list and to share information about their band list with each other. And Drew, prosecutor for the ATC, believes it's been a success. Fort Wayne PD And so, in going over it with him, I said, my clients would love to spearhead that in Indianapolis. And we have, that tab F kind of has some of the materials that discuss this pilot project that we've put together. Unfortunately, in Indianapolis, it's hard to, in Fort Wayne, they all use the same technology, but in Indy, with a bunch of national chains and just the number of bars, it's harder to get everyone on the same page as far as the same technology. So it took a little bit, but we figured out to come up with like a cloud-based system that we would be the admin for. And if one of the bars that's participating has a problem with a particular individual, they will add that person's information and what happened. And you guys chime in if I'm not explaining this as well as you.
Yeah, John kind of spearheaded it for us, so he'll know everyone that we have.
When we originally started talking about the concept of, just to kind of reiterate what he said, we originally went and talked to all our neighboring bars and in Fountain Square and Mass Ave, and that's where we ran into the trouble that they would have to change out their whole thing, and so that ate up a little bit of time. Once we realized that really just wasn't feasible, I started contacting each bar and say, well, what if I develop, with someone else who's a lot more tech savvy than myself, what if I develop a cloud-based system that your managers and your owners can update on a nightly or weekly basis, and we'll all share a band list from each bar. And the idea being is, of course, we can't control who you let in or who you can't, but if you see somebody's banned from this bar or this bar or this bar, you might just say, you know what, I just don't even want to mess with it. You know what I'm saying? So we started doing that, and we've got, it's easiest if I just kind of mentally go down the thing. InVibe has agreed to participate in Fountain Square. The White Rabbit has agreed to participate. Slippery Noodle is participating. Brothers, obviously.
A bunch of people have followed you down.
We've got idea. We've got 8 or 9.
I don't know.
We've got 8 or 9 bars across the main kind of downtown area that have all agreed to be a part of this program. And there was even a case. This was kind of via text over the weekend, but there was somebody who was trying to get into our bar, and we were like, oh, hold on, this person's been banned from here, been banned from here, banned from here. And we're like, do we really want to mess with that? You know what I mean? So it's like,
And what did you decide?
Huh?
What did you decide, and how did that transaction take place?
We just decided not to, we just ignored the
So we have ID scanners, we can punch in their information so that when the ID is scanned, it comes up red that they're not allowed to come in.
Yeah, so in this particular instance with this person that tried to enter the bar, and you realized, however you realized it, you said you were texting back and forth.
I'm not sure what they did. I'm not sure. It wasn't us.
It was a different bar.
Yeah,
this person
we were just all texting, being like, this person's trying to come downtown, and just
We have like a group text with a bunch of owners that we know, so we try to.
And eventually the idea is the tech will work that they can get notices to their phone if it's something that's happening at that time.
But it's still each bar's, whoever's working the door, their discretion whether or not they're going to follow this
because
process.
we can't dictate who gets in and out of other bars.
But I think the vision is that, we're creating a central repository of people that we don't want downtown. And other places can use that information, add it to their, everyone's scanning IDs. So then you add that to your list, and they can review what's what is on that for a particular day or a particular just at the end of the shift, and then over the course of time, people are going to learn. The problem individuals are going to learn they're not going to get in anywhere downtown.
And then our problems go in other parts.
So the way it would work right now, like if we could get everybody on the same scanners, then it does, like that scanner software immediately updates everybody's scanner, right? But we can't get everybody on the same scanners right now. Everyone's using different stuff. So John's idea to do this will still rely on the bars to either have that list at the door with them, or what we do is we enter all the names and date of birth of the person into our scanners manually. And then when that ID is swiped on the scanner, the scanner catches it, and it's like that person, it's like a red X or something. It's like that person's banned.
All right, I'm going to jump in here. I think you've done a nice job. I feel like the board has pretty good sense of what all has been going on. I like that idea.
Well, did you have anything else before we move to the demonstrators?
Because we're coming back.
Sure, yeah, I mean, we have gathered a number of letters, but I'm happy to run through those afterwards if that's what you'd prefer.
So the last exhibit, their letters of support.
And then they hand it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, they're coming in.
Yeah. Now, here's what I'll tell you. I appreciate this. It's like a letter of reference, right? They're not going to say anything bad. I mean, they could, and they have. I'd say that. The downtown bars have showed up here against other bar owners, and they're not here today, so I believe those letters. With that, though, we have a whole meeting to get through, and feel like we've just gotten to a point here where we can go to the demonstrators, sorry, and hear their side.
Detective Tiffany Harrison with IMPD. I will make this as brief as possible. A bunch of administrative, Secretary of State, information about the alcohol license. There's been a lot of conversation. So 1D is a photo that helps illustrate a little bit what has been talked about in regard to what the exterior of the building and the setup in regard to the Saint Shack and Patron Saint and the shared license of the establishment. So hopefully that helps give a frame of reference.
Yeah, thank you.
2A is the violation that we have already covered. Section 3 covers repeat violations of the same category. 3A through 3G covers incidents of disorderly conduct. There are 7 incidents, 6 of them resulting in arrest.
Did they have violations associated with those?
One of the violation, yes, 913 and 914 are mentioned in the violation, and that is in 913 was the incident that involved the 20-year-old female.
Okay.
That was already discussed.
Okay.
I'm happy to read through all of these, but that's what you need, unless you want to skim them.
What I'm trying to figure out is, we come down to this a lot where there's a downtown establishment. You guys get called because something's going on outside, or...
Sure. I will tell you that the disorderly conduct and the trespass, the largest majority of these are because an individual is either extremely intoxicated or has been removed from the business itself. The trespass, there are 4 of them, all resulting in arrest, and the individuals were told countless times to leave and returned. And
by these people?
By either a representative of the business or the officer themselves. And in every single one of them, the level of intoxication is noted a couple of times in each report.
Okay.
The report in regard to disorderly conduct on June 30th of 2025, the arrest was made for disorderly conduct, resisting law enforcement, and possession.
Which exhibit is that?
That is 3E. Specifically, there were several items located in a black fanny pack style bag. Suspected marijuana and 2 pills inside a translucent plastic bag. Oxycodone. It looks like both the pills were oxycodone.
Jeez.
And then Section 4 Nature of police runs of a violent nature. I am going to read a couple of these. So 4A, there was a 34-year-old male arrested for battery of a public safety officer. Charges include intimidation, battery of a public safety officer, and disorderly conduct. Suspect turned away from the officer and punched him in the right side of the jaw, causing pain. They moved the individual to the roll call. He was seated on a bench inside the building and began yelling at Lieutenant Fortner, stating that when he gets out of handcuffs, he's going to kill him and his entire family. 4B, 23-year-old female arrested for battery. The officer got in between the two females that were fighting and observed one of the females punch the other in the face with a closed fist. 4C, this was 1/3 of 2025. It was a large fight. This one involved several of the employees. This was a fight that started inside, and there was a disturbance over a drink. Individuals started verbally. It ended up outside and became physical, and then there was a report that one of the security individuals pepper sprayed the group, and then half of the group went back inside while the other half fled. And then 4D, there was a 26-year-old female assaulted. One of the females in this group got so drunk that she, I'm reading this directly from the report, that while being escorted up the stairs by her friends, she latched on to another female's breast like she was biting a carrot and had to be physically pulled off.
I know what that means.
And then the last report, possession, use, display, or discharge of a firearm or other deadly weapon on a permanent premise is the report from September 5th. And this involves the security employee that was already discussed. I was on scene for this. I was called out for this incident. A couple of things that were not already noted. One, I would like to say that the two owners were very quick to the scene once called. Both of them did respond and were immediate to provide whatever was needed by detectives. Employee information, cameras, all of that was provided once they were on scene. Up and until that point, cooperation was next to none. So a couple of things that were not already mentioned. The other thing that is noted in the report by the detective was that on the way out, two females so there were two females and a male. There were 3 individuals in the group. One of the females confronted the security guard asking why he attempted to charge them for a free bar. She said, if you needed the money, just say you need the money. She threw money at the security guard, which upset the security guard. The security guard pulled out a firearm. The male half that was in the group of 3 said, if you're going to pull it out, then use it. The security guard shot into the ground, then raised his gun up and fired again, hitting both girls. The security guard left at that point. So to be clear, there wasn't an opportunity for the security guard to leave the business and come back to shoot them with a firearm. He was at the business when all of this happened.
This happened in the doorway?
So it didn't happen in the doorway of the business, but it happened on that stretch. It also didn't happen at Jovito.
Where the pictures at, though, you're saying that stretch, when you refer to that stretch, is that where the picture was?
So there's an open sidewalk between the two businesses.
Is that where the parking lot is? Because there's a parking lot that's like, so it's not there.
So parking lot's across the street from
We're in Saint Shack. Next to Saint Shack was Blue Lounge. It's now vacant.
Yeah.
Next to Blue Lounge is Jovito, which was Colada, and then that's the end of our building.
Okay.
Oh, she's got a mess.
So
So this might be easier.
Which tab is that with the map?
1C.
1C.
This isn't a great picture either. So they're the red pin. And the end of the block where Jackson Place is, just south of that is Jovito. So it was between the red pin and Jackson Place. And the parking lot that you're thinking of is north of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so the shooting took place somewhere between that red pin and Jackson Place.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So according to the witness's report, it says as they were leaving, the girlfriend confronted him.
So, yeah, that part took place, and then they rounded that corner. So it's...
So they started walking and he followed them from there.
Right.
I have a question specific to 4E. Let me see what tab I hit.
Yep, I'm on it. Gotcha.
Offense number 4?
Yes. That is directly related to the search warrant that was executed in his home. So this is the entire report.
Got it.
Inside the security person's home.
Yeah, that person.
Yes.
Got it.
All right, that was a big problem.
And he was charged with possession of a firearm by a serious violent felon because
that was the last thing. During this time, he was actively on federal probation for possession of a firearm and ammunition by a convicted felon and was convicted in 2019, which makes him a serious violent felon and prohibits him from being around firearms in any capacity. So I think that clears up the confusion from earlier.
Does that go back to your point?
I'm just going off of, all I had was the criminal history as noted in the excise report, and I was just talking about the criminal history noted in that report, so I don't know, first I'm hearing about.
But you would say he was a felon, violent?
Yeah, he was actively on federal probation.
And that's something that is, you can find out,
Yes, ma'am.
right? You can research.
I didn't mean to distract you.
So after the shooting, there was a meeting at the business with Chief Christopher Bailey at the time about the importance of keeping downtown safe. And then following that, the following weekend, there was an incident at the bar where there was a large fight with a minor who was not only inside the business but also served.
That was a minor win.
That
After the
was
shooting?
yes. That was on the 9/13 incident, which happened, which resulted in the violation for the 2 incidents. So, just cumulative. And the incident on 9/13, where the minor was inside the business, there was a fight inside the business where the minor was inside, served alcohol. There was a fight. It left Patron Saint and made it across the street to Brothers before there was actually an arrest made. So,
Good, thank you. Is that all you have?
just 5A covers health department reports. It may be easier to see on because the health department reports aren't easy to read, but on the index, the highlighted violations are the repeat violations, and they're dated. It looks like after October of 2024, those weren't a problem, and then the fire department had no hazards or violations found on the only report that they gave me, so nothing major to note there. The only other thing that I would say is I was in attendance at the downtown bar meeting that was held on April 17th, where Commander Foley actually is the one that suggested doing a downtown ban list for all of the downtown bars, and he actually suggested doing a working document where all bars actually contribute to a ban list, where if you ban someone, you contribute to the list. So I think being the creator of this idea or being the pilot program for this idea may be a little bit of a stretch of the imagination. So.
Thank you.
I do have one question for IMPD.
Yes, ma'am.
So, even with all of the, like what you just shared about the vandalists and, you know, your understanding of the origin of it, so even with all of the different corrective action that has taken place, is your standing still that they should not be operating?
I think that our biggest concern is that corrective action plans cannot be enforced.
Tell me about that.
Corrective action plans have to be enforced by the business themselves
Right.
and don't have a,
So it's an agreement between the owner and the state of Indiana, but ultimately it comes down to, are they going to do what they said?
Correct.
You can't go in there on random Tuesday night and enforce that.
Do you have faith that they could do it, or what's your standing on that, on their ability to do so?
I'm not here because I don't believe in the business or its owners. I'm here because something happened and there is a direct link to the business in that it happened with an employee. So,
Okay, this is the part where we're going to go back to this side of the table. Now,
Can I start with, so the ban list project?
Yeah.
This corrective action plan is from like November or December of 2025, okay? And that's where we took this on. It's the last bullet, okay? So
your point there is that we had it in our corrective action plan that we submitted before we really had to the state, and we had in there this.
Well, it was something that Prosecutor Drew Wignall and I came up with to resolve the notice of violation way before this meeting with Commander Foley. And I'd have to look back at my emails, but it's possible that he and I were emailing about this very thing.
It won't be the deciding factor here.
But as far as enforcing the corrective action plans are concerned,
that's us.
They verify they're signing these under penalty of perjury to take on these commitments, and so that is reviewable by this board if they do not comply with like a high and fine reputation.
Yeah.
And I would also note that come July 1st of this year, the commission's actually been given new authority by the state of Indiana to emergency suspend a license prior to even holding a hearing. So, if something happens at a bar after July 1, Officer Swallow can go and pull the permit off the wall if Chair Jessica Allen says to go pull the permit off the wall.
That's a good law.
Do you think that if that had already been in place, that the commission would have done that in this case with the employee shooting two people? Do you think that would have been justified? Or
well, to be clear, that's an emergency suspension that then you would get a hearing on.
Right.
And I would have to go back and look at because I think that it requires multiple events at a particular location.
A serious enough event.
I'd have to look at it again. It's a brand new law. But so I wouldn't be able to speak to that. However, as far as the...
your point is it did happen that way. It did happen after.
Well, my point is that, yes, this new law will be great, this emergency revocation, but my point is, if it had already been in place, would this have been an instance in which the commission would have used it?
I see. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, Buck.
Well, I guess one thing I would note is after that occurred, we actually received notice of the prosecutor. This kicked off with the prosecutor asking for the commission to hold a revocation hearing on our permit, which is something that the commission can do. And that kicked off a series of discussions between me and him, which ultimately resulted in him saying, okay, I believe, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he came off of his request to revoke the permit, and instead we settled the notice of violation with this settlement agreement, okay?
But I want to say something to that, because a lot of times, Prosecutor Wignall and I also discuss a lot. I have to call him at least once a month to discuss who's still pending, where are we at, how long do we think we're going to have to continue it, right? There are times where he does issue an offer of revocation. The problem with that is is that we cannot hear those renewals and those violations until that's settled. So there are times where prosecutor will come back a little bit and say, okay, in lieu of revocation, we'll agree to allow this to happen just to move it forward to come to the local board. So they still
leave it to
have
us to
that,
decide.
yes, they still have that requirement to present those violations to us to determine whether or not they should be denied or not. That doesn't mean that he's changed his mind and doesn't think revocation is appropriate.
Negotiation.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so, we agreed to, in this settlement offer, it said, future violations for public nuisance will lead the prosecutor to seek revocation of the permit. So I think that based on what this says, he believed an appropriate penalty was a 6-day suspension and a $2,000 civil penalty, which we have served and paid.
In order to have it move forward and come to the commission, or come to the board.
Well,
As opposed to being immediately revoked.
Or good, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, sure. What I would like to note, just in rebuttal, is, we worked with the prosecutor on this. He wanted to see this ban list project set up, and we have started moving that in the right direction. Patron Saint's a bar. It's located in the heart of downtown, the nightlife scene on South Meridian Street. We're all familiar with it. And, as far as the police reports go, I don't know if it's realistic to expect that any business isn't going to have any police activity. For recent years, I think you've kind of acknowledged the same. It's true whether that this, it's the Patron Saint or a new 37,000 square foot honky tonk named Old Red that's going to be opening. I mean, any bar on this area is going to have some police activity. So I've requested the police runs for some other places. So Brothers, they had 43% more disturbances than Patron Saint over the last couple of years. Had 29% more fights.
I'm going to stop you there because I don't think bringing another bar into it is even relevant to the conversation, because it's like saying, well, you did something bad, but I did it worse, so therefore you're not responsible. You're responsible for what happens on your premise, regardless of what any other bar is doing.
Agreed.
One of the things, and I agree with you, Clark, that we have to see a clear nexus. And those bars are close downtown. Just because something happens in front of a bar doesn't mean it's their responsibility. But we did kind of gloss over the list of calls in the excise report that the excise officer said were linked directly to the business.
I think a lot of those are in what was just presented.
Which I'm sure if we could probably go back and forth and correlate those. But I'm looking at the excise report that says, while reviewing the incident reports for the premise, the following incidents have been linked directly to the business. So I feel comfortable with the fact that this list in the excise report has a clear and direct nexus to their business. So, and when we look through those, we're looking at fight after fight after fight, and most of them involving intoxicated patrons.
I would say that a lot of those instances, I would have to go back through our notes, but a lot of those instances have stemmed from people who were just out in the street, and people don't like being told no at the door. And we've had multiple instances where someone's trying to get in, our security is like, you're not getting in, and we've got our off-duty right there, and we were told a couple weeks ago, and we've been told since we started, if things are getting out of hand, to call an officer. They're like, we're right there, we're right next door. They're trying to be, and they're like, do this when you feel like you need us, but then it kind of feels like, well, like we don't want to get in trouble for it, but here we are. And that's not to say we are not in any way trying to take away from our mistakes. that we've made on these two terrible things that happened within 7 days of each other. You know, after being open for 7 years, to have 7 days that are, I can honestly say, some of the worst 7 days of my life, because everything we've worked for is now up for grabs because we hired the wrong guy. And we've done everything we could to stop that, and we're doing everything that we can to not have any continual problems because, this is our livelihood. This is the livelihood of our employees. And honestly, we're proud of what we've done. What we've brought downtown is something that all of us have worked towards, and we think brings a lot to the city. And when we're trying to get conventions and stuff, especially on an international stage, country music's great, but when you have something on an international stage, they want to go hear the type of music that we play. And we're the only place that does it in the city, and we're the only place that has done it as long of that particular thing. And we're proud of that. Have we made mistakes? Absolutely. But we want to try to work together like we did with the state and be able to move forward and provide something that adds to the culture of the city and is safe and something that I can feel comfortable with, and you guys can feel comfortable with.
I'll just note, so I was not given this until this hearing started, where we're sitting down, so I wasn't able to really familiarize myself with the runs. But I did receive police runs when we were working through the revocation issue. And so almost all of the police runs that were in that excise report, I believe Detective Harrison acknowledged, were someone whose security for patron saint was removing from the bar. And that is what caused the disturbance. And from where I sit, isn't that the security, aren't we doing our job where the security is removing someone and they don't like it? But that is what happened with a lot of the runs that we're talking about that were in this excise report, presumably in this binder.
And Clark, does that lead you, I apologize, you go.
But I think we have to ask the question, what led to the reason for that person needing to be removed? Are they being removed because they've been oversold to, and now they've become intoxicated, overly intoxicated, and now they're causing a problem inside the bar? Then that's the bar's responsibility for creating that problem. So we have to ask those kind of questions. Is the reason why that there was a fight inside the bar, was that because they got intoxicated inside the bar? There is one specific instance in this report I'd like to ask you guys about. It's dated July 30th of 2023, where a patron and staff were arrested because the staff punched the patron.
And July, when is that one?
It's the very bottom one in the excise report. It's in the excise report. The call says, July 30th, 2023, 11:30 p.m., patron and staff arrested. Patron was removed from the premise and refused to leave. Staff punched the patron. Intoxication is mentioned. So it would have been the oldest in the timeline that was put together in the excise.
Is that in our incident reports that we have, or? No?
You guys don't recall your...
We keep a Dropbox account with manager notes and stuff on any incident that occurs throughout the night. One of us is there on Fridays and Saturdays. If it's during the week, a manager will send an incident report via text, and then it goes into the Dropbox. So the details of it, this incident does not ring a bell to me, but the details of it would be in the Dropbox.
I mean, I know
And if an employee punched anybody, they would be fired.
I know it's 3 years old, but I would think something like that would be something you would immediately report.
They would have been terminated immediately.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I have.
Is that one in your... Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it would have been in the Dropbox account, but I don't have that in front of me, unfortunately, to give the details of it.
I have a note saying that people went over in that one, I have it somewhere, security removed patron for inappropriate touching, threatened security, then those people went to Brothers, and came back, and then they were banned and trespassed by the off-duty law enforcement officer, is what I have in my notes from, I mean, it's somewhere in here.
And that's very different than what this report says.
Well, that's what, yeah, I'm just getting that from the IMPD incident report. That's my summary of that IMPD incident report.
Okay.
Look, guys.
How about July 26, 2024, the patron fell over the railing intoxicated?
That was a homeless man. His name, we call him Dancing Man, and he dances outside all the bars, like on the street. And our, we talked about our stairs that go down, and then obviously there's a railing on the sidewalk. And he just went up to the railing and dove over head first and hit his head on the door to the Saint. And he got stitches or staples, and
he was back out in
like, I'll
front
be back in
dancing
3 days. And then he came back in like 3 days, back on the street, like dancing. But he was like,
Yeah, he was
amazing.
never in the bar. He was just a homeless person that hangs out in front of the bar. He was never, didn't even cross the threshold or was never served or anything.
We did gather some, letters just to kind of paint a picture of what this bar means for the city. In tab G, we'll start with Todd Edwards. He's a Grammy Award-winning DJ. He was actually on Daft Punk's Random Access Memories, received a Grammy as a part of that. And he wrote that he loves playing at the venue and that small nightclubs like this are what keep the entire dance music scene alive, and that we need venues like the Patron Saint. Marcel Figueroa he hosts a party at the Saint Check every year as part of Gen Con, and he wrote that their combination of a vibrant, well-maintained venue, an exceptional food and beverage program, and a professional, dedicated team makes them one of the premier destinations in Indianapolis.
And Clark, no, I don't want to interrupt. I just imagine the rest of them are going to sound somewhat similar. It's a great venue. These are great artists, and the city needs it. And I don't disagree. We probably do. More diverse culture. I'm fine with it. I can't.
So, if I could say something, like earlier, you were talking about the enforcement of the correction things that we put into place. A couple of things that weren't mentioned in that correction plan is we've added a second manager on the floor on the weekends so that we have somebody upstairs and downstairs, whereas before that it was just our one GM running up and down the stairs, and then one of us is there as well now every weekend.
Okay.
So it's almost like three managers
So
there
there's
to
an
enforce
owner on site now
to enforce the correction
on
plan
all
that we have
busy
in
nights.
place.
That's a good idea. For the board, I feel like for myself, the question is this negligence? Did these owners not do enough at the right time or in the right way? Do they stick their head in the sand to avoid what was in front of them? Or are these cases of, they know they should have had a background check, but they've hired bad people? You are downtown. We do, there's a lot of volume, I'll give you that. But we worked very hard to impact downtown in the right way. And I'm going to protect the heck out of that. So we've heard from all the parties involved. And I guess that is a question from me to IMPD. I mean, do you think this is a case of negligence? I make these decisions on, can it be saved, or were the people involved? And I don't know that I know they were involved, but I'd love to hear your opinion. Is this a case of negligence from ownership that has driven this?
I think there's a due diligence that is involved.
When it goes right?
Correct.
Yeah. We know how to make these things go right. It's not rocket science. I'm talking, I should have asked you a question, I guess, but do the fellow board members want to help me in discussion here?
I have the same question that you have.
I don't know that my instinct says they are involved.
I can't wrap my head around the fact that this man was working there for 8 months in a position to where his job was to deal with the front door and to make sure that if there were problem people, they were removed.
Yeah.
And the potential for there to be physical, hands-on at some point, that he's working there for 10 months, that he had a firearm on him at least this night.
Yep.
Because when you read the witness's report, I don't see any way where he's going to run to his car wherever his car is parked and come back.
Yeah.
Right? So in my mind, he clearly had the firearm on him while he was working that night. And no one noticed him carrying a gun at work.
Yeah.
No one thought to think about maybe we should check into his background before we hire him. And now we're dealing with someone with a background of whether it's arrests or convictions for some pretty serious violent felonies.
Yeah, I agree. When I first became aware of the fact that this happened, I was appalled. And some of the concern, and this is not anything that you guys can necessarily, it's not your fault, it's nothing you can, speak to or whatever, but there were comments from other people that work in the nightlife field in the community when a post went up online about the collaboration between Patron Saint and IMPD, and they're going to be closed for 2 weekends and then reopen, and then this conversation evolved where, well, how's it possible that a security guard can shoot and injure 2 people? The bar, according to the conversation that's happening in the community, gets a slap on the wrist, and they are allowed to then follow a pathway through which they can still be a profitable and open business in downtown Indianapolis. We say it all the time that having this license is a privilege, and it is, and with it comes a ton of responsibility. I'm extremely concerned that the ingredients were there for this to even take place. That's extremely concerning to me. It's a miracle that nobody died. And the fact that we are now here, sitting here today, you guys still have a viable business, it's still open. We're now deciding whether or not that can still be the case. Like, even that is a point of privilege, right? Yes. So I do think that the steps that have been taken to try to build this community with other bar owners is a great example of the way that business should take place. I wish that more people would be involved in doing that across the entire city to make nightlife safe for everybody. But the number of calls, the nature of the calls, I feel like there were some definite steps missed. Whether or not it was intentional, I mean, I can't be the judge of that, but I could see where, and when you're running a type of business like this, everything is so frequent, it's so quick. Oh, we need to get somebody in this role, where sometimes the word is enough, word and a handshake is enough. It's not. It's not. So I'm extremely torn. I think that a lot of the corrective stuff that has taken place is good, but the mountain of evidence on the other side of all the things that have happened to this point make me extremely concerned. So I don't really know which way to go to it at this point. I know that I'm not happy with the fact that is taking place, that has taken place.
Well, think quick, because I'm getting ready to make a motion.
All right. Well, there we go. Pressure's on.
If I could just, before you vote, since last September, I did a public records request. I mean, they've had a total of 11 police runs in that 6 or 7 month period. They've obviously partnered. We talked about the Safe Bar Network and bringing them in. We have done everything we believe possible to make sure something like that never, like what happened last September, never happens again. We know. Terrible night. Thankful that nobody was killed as a result of it. Prior to last September, again, only violation had been a floor plan alteration and an EBT sign. So, we do feel like we have demonstrated good operations in the past. And we're, if we could obtain a one-year renewal, just to, obviously keep tabs on us, but we believe that we've got this on a right course, and we can deliver for the city.
All right. Well, Kate, sake of time here, I'm gonna make a motion. So I will make, I'm gonna make a motion for a one-year renewal with the stipulation that you, under oath in front of us, you tell us that there are no employees hired by anybody a part of your businesses that don't go through a background check. And that I would also ask monthly for this year, would you meet with IMPD Downtown District and review how your month has gone?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. You're not as bad as Ryan Grebb's old place. What was that called?
Death, Tax, and Tolls.
You're not as bad as that, but you're worse than not Ike Jones. What's the Tiki Bob's?
Tiki Bob's.
I'll never be comfortable with that one. You're somewhere in the middle. Both of those are gone. They're gone after long conversations and a lot of intense, attention to that stretch of our town. It is important. I'll make a motion for a one-year renewal with those two stipulations. Is there a second? Okay. Does someone else have a motion? We got to do something.
I'll make a motion to deny.
Okay, there's been a motion to deny. Is there a second?
I'm really stuck on this one. Really stuck on this one.
Do you have any questions in your head that would help you land?
I'll give you my reasoning for why I think it should be denied. Because I don't think we should look at, oh, thank goodness no one was seriously injured or killed.
Yeah.
I look at it as how many shootings should we allow to take place at a location? Because someone could have very easily ended in a homicide.
Yeah.
And then the fact that they employed, because of negligence, employed a violent felon who was the cause of this incident to operate their front door. Like, I cannot get past that. And then we add into, the minor that, caused the big fight outside.
Mm-hmm.
That, again, that's directly, that fight and that police response was definitely a direct result of them allowing a minor in there. And again, that was an employee.
Yep.
And that wasn't even negligence. That wasn't a false, ID. That was intentionally let in.
Yeah, they were pretty much escorted in.
All right, you're up.
Yeah. That being said, I'm going to have to add a second to that motion to deny. Yeah. Some very egregious things that have taken place, even through the corrective action, which is important, good steps to be made, but what led us to that point is undeniable.
All right, so we asked for a motion, we had a second. All those in favor of the denial, say aye.
Aye.
And then opposed? Yeah, I'm going to stick with my 1 year. That's where I would have landed with the stipulations. But, hey, vote's been called, vote's been cast. So we wish you the best. Good luck in the rest of your month.
Ebony, what's your reason?
Public nuisance.
Along with public nuisance and allowing criminal acts to take place.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
And I would add that too,
Okay.
allowing criminal acts and public nuisance.
All right, here we go. Calling DL 4932035 Raja Oil Inc., doing business as the Shortstop Gas Station at 239 East Michigan Street. Thank you, IMPD.
Thank you. Anyone here for Raja?
God, that's good. Is he getting up for Raja?
No, are you here for shortstop, sir?
I don't think so.
No, I guess not.
Okay. Calling CH 4930097 Suki Wait a minute.
I forgot about the renewal being put back on here. This is the renewal for which we voted to approve the new one, so.
They're 210.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this one is pretty irrelevant.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. You get that, Mark? That was the Suki?
I forgot that their CH, or that wasn't his.
Ah, it's the same.
That was Alex. Never mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It was Alex. All right. Calling RR 4938160 End Zone Bar and Grill LLC, doing business as the End Zone Bar and Grill, 8311 North Michigan.
Requested continuance.
Is your person ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Let's clean that up. And that was back to transfer RR 4943477 IIY Construction LLC. And this is a transfer. All right, let's get the mindset.
Thank you.
All right, Mark Webb, I'm going to run fast on this one.
Yes.
All
Okay.
right, sir, what's your name in relationship to the business?
Kerry Noble, Jr., owner.
Is this your first alcoholic beverage license in the state of Indiana?
Yes.
All right, we have a set. Were you here when we swore in?
He was
No.
not. He is supposed to be sworn in.
Go ahead and raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear from under the penalties for perjury that the answers that you have given on your application or any answers you might give to any questions asked by this board to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Did you prepare this application yourself, or did someone else prepare it for you?
Legal counsel.
Was that you?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review the application after it was prepared?
Yes.
Were all the answers contained in this application answered in a truthful manner?
Yes.
Is there anything you wish to add to the application?
No.
Are you the only owner of the business?
Yes.
Is there at least 200 feet between your premise and a church or school?
This is location pending.
That's
There is
true.
no location.
You won't get one if it's not.
Right.
Find a place not near a church
He'll
or
be
school.
back when he gets an address.
Yeah, he will, we have to come back.
Yep. Do you understand that an excise officer may enter, inspect, and search your premise at any time without a warrant?
Yes.
Are you applying for carry-out privileges?
No.
Nope. And are you applying for limited separation? Do you have a bar area 21 and over only?
Not at this time.
Don't really know.
Yeah, because we don't have, there's no floor plan on
Yeah,
this one
we'll
yet.
come back to that.
You have an idea of what you want to do? Do you want a bar? Do you want a family restaurant?
Maybe, so right now, just the opportunity came up, so I'm just really exploring the options. So maybe the restaurant, I'm trying to stay away from the bar, but maybe in a restaurant.
Are you in construction? Is that why the name is?
Correct.
Okay, so is your plan to maybe act as a landlord and have a tenant come in and work under a manager's
That's
agreement?
an option, yeah.
Or are you planning on opening it yourself?
Well, he's also looking at the possibility of partnering with a restaurant that does not have an alcohol permit.
Okay.
Sure.
That he could approach them and work some kind of a joint venture. But either way, that would be a location, which would then have to come back here.
Or ownership.
So, or possible, it might go to a new company. So there's a lot of possibilities on the horizon here.
Okay.
He's locking up the asset, and then he'll figure out what he can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this will go into escrow until one of those things is
Yeah.
determined?
Yes.
You understand you can't speculate on a permit, so that means you can't just buy it, hang on to it, and turn around and sell it to make money off of it?
Yes.
Okay.
With that, and him having to come back in the future, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's wrap this sucker up. Calling RR 4940308 Blue Moon Rub and Grub LLC, Blue Moon Bar and Grill at 261 North Shadeland Avenue. Right.
By the old Eastgate Mall.
Yeah, there's those. Oh, yeah, I got a violation.
Yeah, you should have, there are two, actually.
I just keep exiting out.
Were you both sworn in at the beginning of the meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Nick, I'm going to run through this for you. Who do we have in front of us?
I'm Stacy Rainey.
What's your relationship to the business, Stacy?
Part owner.
Okay.
Cindy Patton, part owner.
Both part owners? Do you know why you're here?
Yes.
Why?
Violations.
Yeah, but for what?
were they?
Well, I falsely, I guess, on the application, I didn't disclose the, it was a misdemeanor like a long, long time ago. So falsely identifying that, and then also the food.
Kitchen, having food accessible.
You didn't have enough food?
We've rectified that. Actually, we have a full kitchen at all times, but
yeah.
So we have enough food for at least 25 people, along with beverages and
All right. Anything else?
outside drinking.
Outside drinking.
Because we had a chain, I guess, that was broken. We did not realize that that was a violation. Now we have rectified that they only can drink in one area that is corralled, that's on our footprint.
Anything else?
Is there another one?
The
Purchasing alcohol.
the after hour and the.
After hour, yeah. Throwing everything away by 3, yeah. We have plans in place now where we set our clock 15 minutes fast, and we do last call at 2:15 to make sure everybody is out of our parking lot by 3 o'clock.
Where do you buy your alcohol?
R&DC, Southern, all those nice little things.
Okay.
Had you purchased from another
They
retail?
did find a receipt. When was that? That was before the September, August thing.
Was that a year and a half ago?
Or something, I don't remember exactly how long ago.
About a year. Well, they found a receipt that was dated for March 7th of 2025.
March 7th of 2025, so
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, within the last year. Well, a little over a year. I want to see something. I think
How long have you had your license?
this is our second renewal, third renewal.
Third renewal. We've had 3 years.
Well, we
in April.
transferred and 2 renewals.
So
This is our
6.
second.
6 years?
Yeah.
I think it's the third year. I think
Yes,
they got it in
third
20.
year. In April.
That's
April is third year.
April 8th.
22 to 23, I think is when they received it.
Have you disclosed your convictions?
So that was part of Landis, and Landis did this transfer. So we're trying to pull our records to see where things what was just to verify everything. So we're working on that right now.
Okay.
If not, we'll have that updated for sure. But we're just trying to records from
It was just so long
the other
ago, I
company
didn't
was a
think
minute
about it. It was
ago.
very
But
minor.
yeah, there was no intention
I
to.
didn't know, yeah, I thought
It was a misdemeanor C from
Right.
2014 or 2015.
2016, yeah.
So it wasn't disqualifying, but it was a slip of mind, and now we're trying to rectify the
Talk to-
scriber error on that as
Okay,
well.
so that needs to be fixed. It needs to be added to the
I think
application.
Nick
I talked to
got that going.
Yeah, we're working on that.
And I talked to Officer Swallow, too, about it.
Well, that doesn't help. I mean, you
Okay.
could talk to him about it, but you have to disclose that to the commission.
Okay, yeah, he
So,
informed me about it. I just didn't know, I'm sorry.
What's the requirements for food that you have to have? What's the minimum requirements you have to have?
25 people, soups, hot sandwiches, beverages, milk, coffee, pop,
Yeah.
water.
Soup, hot sandwiches, coffee, milk, and soft drinks for 25 people. You have that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So when we were talking about that before, that came from, closing the kitchen early, in quotes. They always had the facility to prepare it. It was just they were saying, kitchen is closed. It's always available for customers. We're not thinking about moving over to it, just saying it's a limited menu until service hours are completed, rather getting away from the verbiage of kitchen closed. So
You
that was
understand you
what-
have to serve
Correct.
food, the minimum service, whenever you're open and selling alcohol. You understand no carryouts allowed. We fixed the floor plan. I came out and did the patio, so we're good there on that. What's the latest you're allowed to serve? What time do you have to stop serving alcohol?
3 o'clock, 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Everyone out by 3:30 off the bar.
And then do you have all the employee permits, training certificates, all of that?
Yep.
You have that on a file, so if an excise officer comes in to look at those are
Yes.
accurate and up to date?
Yes.
Yes.
How do you check for expiration dates?
Expiration dates for the...
For employee permits, how do you
We have
keep
them
track of that?
hanging in a frame.
Yeah, we have them in a frame, everybody's is in one frame.
Right above our desk, so I
Right.
look up all the time.
Yeah.
And somebody's intentionally looking, you guys are intentionally
Oh,
looking
yeah,
to make
yeah,
sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. My position here is these things build. You know, they start with 2 or 3 of these little things, and then they're bigger things, and they're bigger things, and then we got a problem.
Right.
Yeah.
So please nip this in the butt. The things you're dealing with aren't really big deals yet, but
Right.
every damn meeting, they turn into big deals. So please, stop it.
Right.
All right. Any further questions from the board? And also, he has all the answers. Just ask him. All right.
Yeah, we've had quite a few discussions since the violation
Yeah, lean
occurred,
on
so
it.
yeah, yep.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Calling RR 4940405 LL Sauce LLC, doing business as the Northside Bar and Grill at 7526 North Shademan Avenue. Let me find this. Northside's right here. How are you?
Hi.
You want to introduce yourself and your client?
Yes, Attorney Terrence Kennard with Emily from LL Sauce, doing business as Northside Bar and Grill. Emily Minor, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, Emily, how long have you had your business?
July 2023.
Okay. Do you know why you're here?
Yes.
Why?
Here for a renewal, and we had a violation due to my kitchen manager didn't have an employee permit, and when excise came in, they told us that the kitchen manager didn't have an employee permit. This was actually prior to our last renewal, and then we applied for it the next day. He took the Safe Serve class, and he is in compliance.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that is, oh, the manager questionnaire. The manager that I had in the front of the house didn't have the manager questionnaire on file. That is on file now.
Do you have any bouncers?
Yes.
Do they have theirs?
They have theirs, yes. They have the Safe Serve and the liquor permits, yes.
All right. Minor details here, but they're details and they
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah, they
And
do.
you get a violation if you don't follow the details.
I agree.
3 years, you say you've had your license?
Mm-hmm.
All right. These aren't the worst things we've dealt with, but they're violations.
Yeah.
So can you tell the board that these are behind us?
Yes, I can.
All right.
Yeah. What steps have you guys put into place to correct some of the issues that existed before?
So I also have, excise was in there Friday. They looked through the binder. I actually have a binder with everyone's Safe Serves and their employee permits that I actually monitor. I make it the first of the month when I write the bills, the checks and everything. I go through it. I text the girls, hey, you got 2 months. This is what you got. So everyone is in compliance.
Awesome. How often are you in the business?
Every day.
That'll serve you well.
Yes.
Any further questions?
Nope.
Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good luck.
All right.
Thank you.
Y'all had to be here forever for
Yes.
like 5
Learned a
years.
lot, though.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
But it was worth it.
All right, RR 4941895, Harmony Steakhouse, Indy LLC, doing business as Harmony Steakhouse at 220 North Meridian. Harmony Steakhouse?
I know.
I think it's
Is it new? Huh. Felt like I knew this stuff. Sir, what's your name?
My name is Paul Kim.
Mr. Kim, do you know why you're here?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
For taxes.
Okay, let me catch up.
So yeah, there was a violation. So this is the Harmony Steakhouse here, just north of the Circle, on Meridian Street. So this was a violation of operating with an expired business permit. So that was due to a holdup with a tax protest. So the entity had, business entity had back taxes that were owed. During that payment timeline, it took longer than the expiration of the extension, and so there was still alcohol in service that was taking place.
Wow, we've had some interesting ones today.
This is, yes, they were operating on an expired permit, and then they were missing employee permits.
Yeah. With the employee permits, how do you track your employees' permits now?
So now I've kind of like moved around the different Harmony locations, and I've been planted at the 220 North Meridian. And so the implementations that I've used for the other locations we do now, so part of our employee handbook is like, first requirement is if you're going to serve alcohol, especially our servers or bartenders, you have to have that permit. And so I just make a copy of that, just put it in my office, and just make sure that, through our computerized tracking systems, I'm able to, if something expires now, whether it's licensing or people's permits, staffing permits, I'm able to.
But that's your responsibility inside the organization?
It is now my responsibility, yes, sir.
Okay. And then the taxes?
Yeah, so those have all been paid, and we've received a clearance from the Department of Revenue, so which allowed the license to be renewed.
Okay. Any further questions from the board?
No, I mean, you've been here for the whole meeting, so you see how these things go. But no further questions. I just hope that you guys are able to rectify your business issues.
Well, I was preparing my speech. I was like, well, good morning, guys. But then now it's like, good afternoon. So no, actually, no. To be honest with you, it was very helpful to kind of see all this, too, because sometimes, especially in the business, there's so many things that you just kind of oversee too much. And so from the little things to the big things, I think it's just kind of, set good plans and goals and make sure that safety's first and make sure that, everything's in place. So actually today was a very good learning experience. So
at least somebody got something out of it. All right. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any?
The last one is the Reagan Kochak.
Okay.
So that was settled about a week and a half ago. It was settled right before the last commission meeting.
Yeah. So I didn't put this on our spreadsheet, but I had a feeling that's who it was. RR 4941665 Reagan Kochak Lounge. The business is TikTok Lounge, 2602 East 10th Street. This is actually not a violation against the restaurant permit, it's against their catering permit.
So it was still written and I guess settled against the restaurant.
Yeah.
But the violation occurred during a catering event.
Yeah.
So that's what it was. So it's still a violation against the full alcohol permit.
What happened?
Yeah, so
So I filed all of the paperwork, but it was less than the 48 hours. So they basically sent me a message and said, hey, because it's less than the 48 hours, we basically need a mayor letter stating that you're allowed to go to the event. So I stopped what I was doing, tracked down, got the mayor letter. They still issued the denial. Under the advice of prior counsel, not him, they said, go ahead and go to the event. Nothing will happen. If something does happen, we'll fix it then. And I said, are you sure? He said, yes. And well, here we are. So I went against my better judgment to take the advice of counsel. And even though counsel should not have taken the advice.
And this event didn't take place in Marion County. It was up north.
Correct.
Somewhere.
Yeah, it was a small
up
town.
north, yeah, super small town.
It's just, because it's still, alcohol is provided by them from their Marion County location. That's why it's still heard here.
What was it, like a wedding or something?
Yeah.
No, it was like a little street fair.
Okay.
We paid to get in. We ended up actually not selling any alcohol, so it really shot me in the butt because I paid a lot of money to be there for a violation. But it was like a little street vendor type thing.
Okay.
But actually, they sold a Sprite and a Coke.
But for now, now going forward for catering events,
So
a certain
5 days,
timeline policy.
and like if I have an event coming up, I'm setting a reminder on my phone and my email to make sure that 5 days prior to, I'm sending everything up to give time for any extra additional paperwork and stuff that I need to gather.
Yeah.
Any further questions?
No.
Hearing none, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second for approval. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, any further business for this board? Is he with you? In the back?
Yes, he's with me.
All
yes.
right.
That we got to vote on the auto renewals.
Automatics, yeah. I'll make a motion to approve the automatic renewals. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to
And I
adjourn.
second that motion, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, this meeting's over.